world is changing rapidly, and our brains are slow to keep up. We form frames to understand the world, simple heuristics to navigate it, but the world keeps changing, and the way we think about it stays the same. We experience the world so differently, scrolling, swiping, lost in the maze of our black mirrors. Our entertainment has changed. Our ways of gathering and processing knowledge has changed. Human relationships have changed. How do we make sense of it all? We need help. We have help. Shephali is here.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is a journalist, Shephali Bhatt, someone whose work I have been following for a long time now. Shephali writes deep dive feature stories on subjects like popular culture, how we are changed and shaped by it, mental health in this modern world, the contours of our changing society, etc., etc. I have learned a lot from her work, and we've been talking via Twitter DMs for a long time. After I finally invited her on the show, I thought to myself, which past guest is she most like? And I thought of Santosh Desai. Now, the reason I thought of Santosh is his insights on our society. Shephali's insights remind me of that, and this is the highest praise I can give. But the difference is that while Santosh writes contemplative or analytical essays about what he sees around him, Shephali does deep reportage, talking to actual participants in the change, taking us into their heads and into the belly of this beast of modern media. The method is different, but the insights are just as powerful. I also found Shephali to be just an all-round good person and thinker, and this is one of my favorite conversations. So much fun. So listen in, but before we do that, let's take a quick commercial break. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Verma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Shephali, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you for having me.
I've read your amazing pieces for many years, and it's such a delight to have you here. And I want to sort of start by asking you about something you mentioned just as you entered the room, where you said this room reminds you of your Mamaji's library. So tell me about your Mamaji's library.
So I've grown up in this place called Kurukshetra, which I remember at one point about 12 years ago, I was telling somebody about it and they said, it's nice to know that place actually exists. So, but yeah, so that is where, I've seen my mama's library, and he had this, as I was telling you, like this collection of Maxim Gorky books, which at one point I'd asked him to just like keep for me in his will at some point. It had all these, he's a retired history professor. I think he was also the head of the history department at one point in the university, Kurukshetra University. And I think a lot of, what I feel about my work today and have for the last 15 years, I owe it to him and his sort of dedication towards just learning. And just, being around books growing up. I was academically inclined growing up, but not into books like so many of your other guests. And I think at one point I remember he was the one who nudged me into actually reading something outside of my textbooks as well. So the numbers, the numbers that you score in class aren't the only thing that matters. There's a whole world outside of it as well. And I was able to discover that thanks to him. So even though I didn't read much growing up, I think I'm really glad that the work that I did get to read was, a lot of sort of Maxim Gorky, and Plays was one of the first few books that I had read, which is his, anthology. And it was, there was this one line in one of those stories in Plays by Maxim Gorky, which was something to the effect of when, I don't remember it quite well now because it's been 20 years since I last picked that book up. But it was something to the effect of when work is joy, life is magic and life is beautiful. So you have to ensure that work is joy. And that is something that I got from a book that I picked up from his library, because he said that, you should go beyond your textbooks. So I have happy memories of just sort of standing in that study room. It wasn't really a library, it was a study room. And you had like these, some of these sort of open sort of shelves and some that were like covered by glass. And maybe then I didn't think of it, but now I'm just thinking that some were like more special than the others. So they had to be preserved a lot better. And there are these books on history, medieval history, modern history. So I think he was a student of and teacher of modern history, but he had a lot of books on medieval history. And in 7th or 8th standard, when you were sort of like trying to understand that books or textbooks are not meant to just score marks, but also to understand the world that has been before you. You're getting that consciousness just around that time, I believe, is when I started actually going to his library a lot more, because I felt that whatever I'm reading in those textbooks, there is like a bigger reference material to that he has. And I would sometimes go and just, get some of those books, and then he would remind me to return them. I think that's very good. We should do that for our books. And so really happy memories of his library. I think some of the, those formative years, the happy memories that you have from that time, I think this is right at the top.
Yeah, I love that Maxim Gorky quote. It reminds me something the editor of my YouTube show, Namsita, she once said, which really struck me as a beautiful virtuous cycle, where we were speaking about happiness. And she said, when I'm productive, that makes me happy. And when I'm happy, I'm just more productive. And I thought, my God, if you can get yourself into that equilibrium, it's such an awesome space to be in. I want to double click on your Mamaji, which you may not be expecting, but I'm just thinking that at one level, it's such a sort of a romantic notion almost, that there's a teacher of modern history who at night is reading medieval history and ancient history, jo karna hai kar lo. And I wonder about, the shape of his life and the texture of his life, and how much it was shaped by those times. Like, what would he be doing today? Maybe instead of introducing you to interesting books, maybe he would be one of these curators that you mentioned in this column of yours, that in the modern age there's so much around us and there's a space for curators. Maybe he would be one of them. What kind of life would he be leading? Maybe he'd be living a different kind of life, which could find expression in so many ways. Like, one of the truly poignant sort of things I get through this podcast, and you've mentioned what a regular listener you are, so you've also picked up on it, I'm sure, that a lot of people, when they speak about their parents, it's so touching and poignant, because you realize in most cases that their parents, in a sense, have to live vicariously through them. One of my recent guests spoke about how her mom, because she did not have the freedom she would have liked to have, pushed her to do things and to go out in the world and all of that. And I'm just thinking about your Mamaji, the person he was, what shaped him, what he could have been. And I mean, I don't know if there's a larger musing in this, not just about that one individual, but what is your thought on how lives have changed? Like, you and I, in a sense, if I can take the liberty of putting us in kind of the same generation, different edges of it, but we've had a commonality in that we were born in an analog world where you have to live in communities of circumstance, and now we live in a digital world where you can form communities of choice, which is how you and I know each other in the first place to begin with. So what is your sense when you look back on those days and you look back on these times?
Yeah, it's so true what you said about, I think if you mention him, it's impossible to not sort of delve deeper into what kind of a life he would have led. And I remember growing up sort of hearing stories of how during 84, right, he was in Punjab University studying, and at one point, basically, because he wanted to sort of go back from the canteen to his room to study, basically he just escaped riots in that moment. And I've grown up sort of hearing that. Just seeing him writing books after books all this while. And I remember at one point 3 years ago, I guess, or maybe even more than that, when he was on the verge of retirement, and he said that, life begins at 60. And it was such a refreshing thought, given that, in the ageist world that we live in, it was just something that really charged me up. So, Yeah, now that I see him sort of navigating Skype, for conversations with professors around the world, going from Yahoo to Gmail, or just basically understanding passwords, remembering passwords, and all of that, um, I see this person, who basically has a wealth of knowledge and who's trying to now sort of make use of the ability to sort of, amass all of that knowledge and all of that information, and, to kind of, put that in a very different structure, which is trying to make sense of the internet, because of this understanding that, that is something that is essential to survive these days. Yeah, it's beautiful. I remember at one point asking him, I think I was in school at the time, isn't it boring, the monotony of basically teaching the same chapters to different sort of set of students over and over again? And then I remember him very, very sure of himself and saying, no, you got to love what you do, and because I love what I do, it's something that I never get bored by. And I think a lot of these things sort of have kept me in good stead. I think when I think about, I mean, thankfully my life is not monotonous by any stretch of imagination, but there are times when you feel that, when you see things not changing, at least at the pace that you would want them to, and therefore some sort of monotony therefore setting in the process of wanting to try and change certain things. I think that is when I think back to the things that he said. That doesn't really answer your question, though.
No, I mean, I don't think I was asking a question per se. I mean, everything.
You were
is an
just basically
answer.
double clicking on my Mamaji and
I
the
was
interesting.
double clicking on your mama. Yeah. Never thought you'd hear that phrase.
as he tries to navigate clicks and double clicks himself.
So, staying on that subject, you sort of, firstly, I find it so inspiring that, that whole notion of life begins at 60, because I think it's so easy when time passes, and and time tends to pass very fast as you're growing older. Let me warn you of that. Before you know it, boom, 5 years gone, 10 years gone. And one tendency there is at some level just to despair and give up, especially if you feel your faculties decline and etc. etc. Yeah. And it's pretty amazing that he hasn't done that. And there are tons of people, of course, who are late bloomers, but I would imagine most of them are outliers. But you mentioned that while we were talking earlier, that one of your three big themes in your journalism which you really care about is the lives of people over 50 and up, basically. Yeah. And that actually seems to be a very natural extension of the great work you otherwise do covering pop culture and tech, because I mean that is the changing world. So how do you adapt to the changing world, and how do you live? And ways of living are so different, and people's mindsets are so different, and the universe is so fractured into different little slivers, which it wasn't in our time. Yeah. Broadly. So how did you get interested in this specific sort of area of inquiry?
I think it could probably be because I was really close to my grandfather, my maternal grandfather, my Nanaji, Bauji, as we in Punjabi and Multani households call them. I spent a lot of time growing up with my Bauji, and I think during my college years, I think every morning I would wake up, and we didn't have Milk Basket and Daily Ninjas of the world, and now Blinkit and Instamarts of the world sort of dropping milk cartons off at our doorsteps back then. So we would go to a dairy, close by, and basically fresh milk one would procure. And so we would take this thing called Dolu, which is basically like a container. And, two dolus basically from the two households, my mother's and my Bauji's. And we would go together. He would have his cycle sometimes we would just be walking, and we would talk. And I would just, sometimes excitedly tell him about what I studied. Sometimes he would tell me something, and just listening to him just made life feel very fulfilling. And I think from then on, I think I understood that there is both merit and magic in listening to the ones who have lived far more years over you, and the kind of stories they have that you would not get, right, because that time is not there. So and just so many such things that I wanted to at some point. I mean, now, I lost him in 2017, and I think one of the biggest regrets that I have is not being able to record his voice. I did try at some point, to try and sort of ask him to teach me how to write in Urdu, because that's one of the languages that he knew how to read and write growing up. And so I have like one page where he basically taught me the alphabet. So at least I have, some sort of written, sort of that sort of tangible memory of, some association with him, but nothing in voice. And again, that is just something we have in excess right now, right? Like that it doesn't even feel like you're archiving anymore. You're just basically filling up your already limited, GBs on your Google Drive. But those were the people whose stories were the treasures that we should have archived and we didn't. So I think through my work, at least, especially ever since I started sort of writing about the internet at the, intersection of, humanity and politics and everything, I really wanted to kind of look at how the internet was changing the older generation and their aspirations and how they were adapting to it, and the things that you would learn while speaking to them. Like I remember sometime in 2018, I think I'd written about 50 and above year olds on Instagram, including people like Chinnadua and the excitement that they felt about just being popular on Instagram, how they navigated Instagram, how they navigated brand collaborations or gifts that brands would want to send to them. And there was one, I think 70-year-old gentleman at the time who had said that, there's nothing much for me to do. So, I cook and I like cooking, and then somebody suggested that I record it for Instagram, and I do that, and I find other people sort of interacting with me, and that, दिन निकल जाता है उसमें and अच्छा लगता है. And it just, it's something so innocent and so beautiful, and it also tells you so much about a person's life at a certain age. I remember during the pandemic, I had written about how, the boomers, as we call them, were adapting to the internet, and now they were forced to, because, everybody had to, sort of like move to a digital world from the analog world that we were kind of, still sort of traversing before the pandemic. And there was this one woman who said something to the effect of, I want myself and other women in my circle, I think she was in her mid 50s at the time, I want us to learn how the internet works, especially these apps like Google Maps, and how to read Google Maps and how to use navigation on maps, because sometimes when you're going somewhere and you now ask people for directions, they think that you can't read or write, they think you're illiterate, and that connotation and the way they look at you and look down on you basically in that moment is something that I don't want. And it's such a powerful insight, right, of a woman who doesn't want to be looked down upon just because she can't read a map, and so she wants to learn how Google Maps work. And it also sort of tells you then, as someone who writes about the internet and looks at how the internet changes the way we live, it tells you just how little we think about such a huge chunk of a population, and how the internet alienates them entirely because we want to make it friendly to people like us who are digital migrants and the digital natives. And I feel these stories are important to be told, because more than anything else, these people are not going to be around for a long time for them to be able to tell their stories. And while we have found so many channels to tell our stories in so many different ways, the only way they know is by talking to people around them, unless someone actually gives them the avenues and equips them with some of these digital tools to tell them that you can actually archive your stories on your own. Plus, I think the whole idea of archiving from that time, I think very few people sort of had that cognizance also. And therefore you would hear from a lot of the people who are in their 50 plus age group in on social media, they would tell you, including somebody like Azina Taman, right, that my sons do this and they handle social media for me. So you need that, right? So I think in some ways I am just that, but not related to these people, but I want to bring their stories out because I firmly believe that their stories are a treasure trove that need to be preserved and digitally archived.
Yeah, something that I keep telling my writing students is that you should, sit down with your parents or the elders in your family and just ask them about their life and record that and all of that. And I did that with my dad, a couple of hours of conversation. But, one thing when I started thinking about that a bit more, I realized that what's happening there is not just that you're archiving something which may be lost, but that you're actually having a directed conversation, which is, in a sense, long form and slow and taking them back into the memories and based on you're listening to them rather than the constant sort of the shallow rhythms of conversations that modern day life kind of encourages. And perhaps there is value in that. Perhaps just doing that can even change a relationship. And when you speak about the 70-year-old gentleman who's making these cooking videos and then nikal jata, and that's also very poignant because it's a striking contrast from a young creator.
Yeah.
A young creator is hustling. A young creator is thinking कि कैसे thumbnail बनाना है, ये करना है, वो करना है. You have to be authentic in front of the camera, but you're also playing at being authentic because that is what is supposed to get you
It's
whatever.
performative authenticity.
It's performative authenticity. Thank you. And there's a generation which is not like that. And I wonder if there is this severe, crazy, insane disconnect which has never been there between generations in the past. Like, sure, you always have a generation gap in the past, and young people rebel and old people are like, "Hamare samay mein aise karte the." But now I think it's worse because now I think that at one level you're living in different worlds. The rhythm of life for an older person must be so different, where you're taking in things around you, you're thinking more slowly and moving more slowly. And I don't mean slowly in a pejorative way as an effect of age, but just the whole rhythm, whereas young people are swiping, scrolling,
Yes.
Unable to be at ease if they don't have a black mirror in their hands. So, and that's something that once you see it, you can't really unsee it, right? So, what is your, what is your sense of that? And is that something that you kind of need to watch out for in yourself, that you find yourself slipping into one mode over the other?
You're so right about the not being able to unsee it, Amit. In fact, I often when I'm discussing the stories that I'm working on, with people who are sort of maybe not clued into the high voltage world of social media, I tell them that I should change my bio to say that I write about how the internet is effing up humanity. Because it really is, slowly but surely, and there's so many researches that we have done, and yet I think it doesn't hit you unless somebody asks you a pointed question about yourself and your behavior. And so I guess I'm really glad that I get to do that as part of work, which is making people think about how the internet is changing them in ways that they don't even realize. Something about just sort of, I keep harking back to this movie, The Artist, about artists from the silent movie era, and how much they had to sort of struggle to adapt to the changes in their time. And yet there was this one person who's like, just guarding onto their art and the magic of silent movies. And then also simultaneously aware of the fact that they're not going to be relevant for long. So, the peaks that they've seen are a thing of the past. And you see basically, how there is every generation sort of struggles, right? And even my generation, like I know I completely bypassed the Snapchat era. So many things even now. I think I completely bypassed the crypto era at work. And it's because, there's, I think for me, the thing that I keep telling myself is that, there is just so much ground to cover just with the internet and, basically just 5G changing our lives, or basically how we've gone from sort of the 2G, 3G, Geo era to the pandemic internet era to, now the sort of post-pandemic internet era, that there is so much one has to sort of, there's so much that is yet to be chronicled that I will get to AI in a bit. And then, you see this with the older generation every time I speak to them about their internet habits and them sort of just not being able to keep up with the little things. On Netflix, they will not realize that, there are these 3 different accounts for a reason, so that, one person's watching history remains. And so I remember I had written this story about how the 50 and above were using OTT or streaming platforms and the kind of things that they're watching. And what does that look like when we're curating and creating content for the younger generation. There is a generation that actually is trying to find something for themselves over there, because again, time nikalna hai. And what is it that they like watching, and are they also watching like maybe a Grace and Frankie, I remember my mother told me how she had watched Ek Ladki Ko Dekha To Aisa Laga. So being exposed to the conversation around LGBTQIA and topics like that, and finally opening yourself up to that when you've never sort of been exposed to it all your life, and how that's changing them. But sort of not realizing that you've actually gone into your son's Netflix account and messed up their sort of watching list, because it's just too much for them to keep up with. So things that streamline our internet consumption experience just complicate things for them. So you said that you recorded things with your father. So my mother briefly stayed with me in Bombay, in Mumbai a few months ago, and I would just really ask her to kind of chronicle some of her life, because I have that regret about not being able to do that with my grandfather, her father, and B, I just feel like there is the kind of life that my mother has led is just like, even though I am a biased, I have a biased view to it, but I think it's an exceptional life that she has lived very, very courageously, and I feel that after she is like, she should be the one to tell her story, right? More than anybody else. And so she should probably record some bits of it. And so I actually recorded an episode, on her phone, just like voice recording me, probing her, asking her questions. And, Amit, during that exercise, I realized that I actually nudged her into doing that by saying that, why don't you record things about your father and your grandmother, because these are the people that you keep talking about and they meant so much to you. After you're gone, we will not know what kind of people they were, because how would where can we go back to listen to those stories? So far, you were the storytellers that we had, that like live sort of a jukebox that we could just play. But the realization that is not going to be there for a while, after a short while, just sort of hits hard. And so I said, just talk about your father, just talk about your dadi ma, because, you keep talking about how unki bahut yaad aati hai. And then the things that I found myself asking her, because I realized that I did not know basically, sort of what is her dadi's name, my pardadi's name. Something as basic as that. And so for the first time in 35 years, when she recorded that, is when I realized, okay, this is her name. And I have heard her speak about her so many times in the last 35 plus years. So you also realize there's just so much about where you come from, that you don't know, but again, coming back to the whole thing of the dichotomy that one sort of sees between that generation and our different sort of adoption towards the internet. I keep telling her to do this on her own, but the way it comes so naturally to us to send voice notes, to just have conversations, or even when we are thinking aloud about a story, you see that in movies, right? Journalists would just like quickly switch their dictaphone on because they're just like, they're talking as if like a feature is being written right there. And it's always fascinated me how we are able to do that. But for them, it's a chore. It's something that doesn't come naturally to them. So they might actually do it after, if it's transactional, if it's somewhere where they have to have a conversation with someone who's even less equipped than them to type, and especially type in a particular script. But otherwise, things that are convenient for us on the internet are complicated for them, and so the adaptability is that much harder for them.
And you mentioned sort of algorithms and accounts on Netflix and all that, and I'll double click on an aspect of that. Like you had an interesting piece a while back about how people are kind of shaping their own algorithms, which starts with this talking about a TikTok reel, I think, where this woman is trying
therapy for men.
yeah. So her boyfriend isn't there, so she picks up his phone and she's just talking into it so that the algo picks all that stuff up. And I have, of course, tried an experiment where I wanted to kind of see what right-wing ecosystem was like. So I did an incognito window and, opened another Google account and then, went through YouTube rabbit holes through that. And now I have two different YouTubes. They will never ever, I think never ever
never the twain shall meet.
Yeah, never the twain have met. And at one level, what happens here is that there is a certain path dependence happening, that you get down a certain set of algorithms and that is it. And there's a certain hardcore path dependence there. And I'm just thinking back to how we were shaped when we were growing up back in the day, where you don't have these algos pushing stuff at you. And it's actually very limited. And I'm thinking aloud here. I'm thinking that people of the analog generation would therefore have exposure to very few things, but they would be deeply embedded within them. Whereas people of this generation would have a much wider array of things in terms of quantity, but which have made a really shallow impact and nothing really stays. And even there, it's a path dependence that is not really broad. Once you're down a particular path, that is the only kind of world that you know. And what are sort of your thoughts on this?
I don't think they're just two worlds, but then two worlds that shine. One is the world that is just so aware of the algorithms working to the point that so much of like I hear this from a bunch of people in my inner world, not in a circle as much, that I just went and watched a particular thing and now my feed is just that. So I have to go and think of a random topic to basically realign my algorithm so that I start seeing different things. Then there are obviously people for whom social media is work. Instagram is their, workplace. And so then they will have like 7, 8 different Instagram accounts because they need to actually ensure that they are seeing different kind of content across those different verticals that they're following.
Wow.
Yeah, and it is overwhelming, right? But at least there is some sort of there's some sort of classification at least that they have. It's still mind-boggling how they're able to manage keep track of because it's also toggling between different accounts is also not easy, right? And trying to remember, okay, which account I'm at right now and which hat I'm wearing at this point. So it's all very hard to sort of keep up with, even when you're extremely aware of the algorithm. And then there is the world that, the analog world basically that doesn't probably understand and is not aware of, like, they are not reading articles or listening to podcasts or hearing people talk about, like, conversations where basically algorithm is just thrown about as a keyword. These are the people who basically, when they were in college, their librarian was their algorithm, where they were, they read a particular author and then the librarian tells them, oh, by the way, this other book from this author that you were reading has come up. That used to happen, right? And I've seen that in movies, and maybe it happened with me a few times before, I jumped into the digital world. But in your analog life, your librarian was the trusted algorithm that basically understood, okay, this has been your reading trajectory so far. So maybe this is a new book that's come, or this is a new author that's come. Librarian, or, your basically, the seller at the bookshop that you would frequent. Now that has been replaced by a machine that is basically tracking everything that you're doing everywhere, and is taking pride in the fact that they get you, they understand you. But what happens as a result of that is that, the recommendation engine that takes birth as a result of that is projected at you in a way to tell you that this is going to make decision making easier for you. But what it is slowly doing is making us think a lot less about what we want to do in life. So, and this is something I'm sure that story will be out by the time this goes out, so I can happily talk about it. Just the way search has changed from keywords to longer sentences to basically getting so personalized that you will now get, you go on any of the food ordering apps and you'll see the top 3 restaurants that you frequently order from. Within that restaurant's page, you will see the top 3 items that you frequently order. And more often than not, like the about half a dozen people that I've spoken to said that there's only 5% of the time that they scroll down. And so 95% of the time, they're just ordering the same things. And what happened to our sense of adventure? What happened to sort of experimenting and trying something new? Which is, recommendation engine. It was basically created to make decision making easier for us. But I ask, like, what are we saving all of that time to do? Basically all this time saved in decision making. What are the important decisions we making with that time that we saved? It's a classic that meme, right? With the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory's meme, where this actor is basically staring into the abyss, very gleefully asking, "Oh, please tell me, what did you do with all the time that you saved by writing K instead of OK?" So why are we? I mean, sure, there is cognitive overload, but is it in deciding what we want to eat? Or is it in deciding what do we want to do with our time, when we are actually browsing reels? So maybe we're actually trying to reduce cognitive overload on the wrong things. And by doing that continuously and by not caring about the fact that that's actually turning into a habit, what is that doing to us as sentient beings? Who used to think for themselves, and we are just so comfortable now letting machines think for ourselves and make decisions for ourselves, and we like the convenience of it without realizing that this is changing us, in ways that we'll probably realize at one point, where basically the machine is doing everything for us, making every decision for us. I mean, because where does this stop? This is just the beginning. It's just started with the, tags on Amazon that tell you this is a bestseller or this is what we recommend. And so you're just not scrolling down. You're just not, doing enough thinking before making certain decisions. And does it just stop at that, or would you want basically the machine to take over and do it for you in other walks of life as well? I think that is something that really worries me about the algorithm, about recommendation engine, and again, in general, like I said, about how the internet is changing us bit by bit, but broadly.
Yeah, no, lots to double click on. And firstly, the moment you said that, the librarian played that role for us, I was just thinking, oh no, you and I belong to this tiny sliver of this weird category of people called readers. And my sense is whenever people say, oh, people are reading less, my response to that is that always in every generation, there were a tiny percentage of people who read, and that percentage remains what it is. And it is just that the non-readers are very visible now, and, they are also holding books sometimes, so it's it's illusory.
In dancing reels.
Yeah, so it's kind of weird that way. But to sort of double click on that aspect of it, like I'm waiting for the story to come out, and weirdly enough, it's sort of everyone listening to this has probably read the story, but already before the episode comes out. But my it strikes a chord with me because that's exactly what happens to me on Swiggy. I'll just end up ordering from the first 2 or 3 restaurants and the same things I do. That's what happens to me on Spotify. So I'll go in for my shower and I'll say, okay, let me just play some music, and I'll put on the Spotify, and there'll be an on repeat ka thing, and I know that is stuff I like, so I play it, and then there's more of that. How does that ever change? Like often, of course, I will just let a random playlist play, and I will like whatever I like, and but generally the tendency is you just go into that comfort zone. And my sense is that this is not new. I think technology is amplifying this aspect of us, but this is who we always are. Like my sort of pessimistic view of this is that we are really not as smart and autonomous as we think we are. Like whenever people diss AI and LLMs and all of that, and firstly AI is a lot more than LLMs, but whenever people say, oh, LLMs so autocomplete hai, and I'm like, duh, what do you think humans are? We are exactly autocomplete. The same cliched shit comes into our head. When I'm bored, I still sometimes have the same daydreams as I do when I was 10 years old. Did you daydream, by the way? I'll ask you later.
But dreams is an important subject. Yeah, I don't daydream, no.
Oh, but you dream. So
I dream, yes. I remember some of my dreams as well, yeah.
Oh my God. So we'll be another thing to triple click on. So I think that we are more autocomplete machines than we realize, that we get into a groove and then the comfort of the groove just keeps us there. And we never wanted to think. Where did you get this impression from, you silly outlier reader? People are just happy getting into a comfort zone and going with the groove. The same group of friends will meet every day for 30 years and they'll talk about the same freaking things, except the specific cricketer name has changed and there's some new film out. And so I have that sort of pessimistic view of human nature, that is kind of how it is. But technology has, of course, amplified that massively. And this particular aspect is one aspect that gets played up a lot. Like I remember there was this great essay, I forget the term, Robert Nozick wrote in the 1970s about the experience machine, I think, where basically the thought experiment is that you plug a guy into something that has sensors going into his brain, and he can just experience everything as if it is real. He can go on a holiday at a beach, he can go windsurfing, he can do whatever the hell he wants, and his brain is experiencing it like it's real. Yeah. So do you actually need real? To
that, I think, because I think I am an overthinker, and so I find joy in also being able to do work that makes others at least think, if not overthink. And I think, again, I'm really grateful for the fact that I'm able to do that with my stories. Like, I think the best feedback that you can get after someone has read your stories, is them saying, this made me think.
Can you give me
And
some examples?
I'm trying to think of a recent story. Again, this would, I think, probably be out by the time this goes live. I think just the cognitive dissonance of Instagram stories, right? And how sure, there is dissonance across our social media feeds, but what happens because of the construct of an Instagram story is that you are seeing these sort of like, very diverse and very contrasting emotions, a burst of emotions within less than 30 seconds from one person. And it just tuck. Okay, you've just gone, you went for a book launch. Then after that, you're at a funeral. Then after that, you're sharing a meme, and then there's a shit post after that, and then there is a birthday dedication, and suddenly you're just like, or in our times, right? You're sharing something about the horrors that Palestine is suffering right now, and the second thing is a meme, about something, and the third thing is basically a funny video about like a basic sort of life observation. And in my head, I'm still there. I'm still on the first story you shared, because it's just heart-wrenching. And from there, how do you expect me to just go and laugh about a meme? And then suddenly, how does that sort of, we don't realize how in that moment we view this person whose story we've been sort of watching, and how it makes us feel about that person, and how it makes us feel about the things that we have seen in those 30 seconds. And so things like that, right? So when I was talking to people just for this story, I remember a bunch of them saying, wow, I never thought about this. And so I think every time that happens in conversation during reporting, or when a story is out, that makes you go, okay, maybe you're doing something right. And even though it may obviously not ever garner the kind of numbers that this turning into a 15-second video would, it's fine. Like you said, right? There's always going to be a very small percentage of people who would want their brains to be poked and provoked. And so I think one is writing for that population, at least in the hope that they keep getting something to stimulate their brains, so that they don't stop reading, so that they don't stop thinking. It's also, I think, some of the widely known joys of life is just discovery, right? And I think algorithm just, because it decides that discovery part for you, it takes charge of that. You would want to do that when you're going into uncharted territories, and you'd want someone else to do the thinking for you, and then give you a few options for then you to decide, okay, I'm going to New Zealand. What are the interesting things to do over there? But then you get 30 options, and then you figure out what you like from that. But imagine like someone just giving you a set itinerary, and because it's convenient, you just pick that up. Where's the joy in that? If you don't, in our world, if you don't scroll down to see, you would miss out on so many funny things sometimes, funny items that are basically there on display in some of these places. And just how they are named. Like, I think Pret has a Lenten curry or something, just literally dal that they're basically selling for, I think, $300 to $400. But it's also a moment of, to just basically rejoice at just the many wonders of the internet. And because of the recommendation engine, a lot of it we just sort of deprive ourselves of. So where is the joy in basically in not thinking enough is what I say to the argument of how we always didn't want to think as much. I think for those who care are also now turning into, not thinking as much, because they're not realizing that, the tags and the nudges of, even this happens even on the grocery apps, where basically you type detergent and they'll actually tell you this is the one that you previously bought. And then because you tell yourself that you are caught up, there is too much cognitive load, I don't want to do any more thinking. And therefore you just pick that. Maybe there is a brand that has come up that's actually better, that's actually cheaper, that's actually giving you more quantity for less, and they're all, more or less the same. Like, when was the last time we actually thought that A detergent was better than B? But we just, we've somehow, I think, convinced ourselves that we don't have the time to think, whereas actually we are using that time to just scroll reels. So we do actually have the time to think. We just need to sort of rewire ourselves into thinking what are the things that we actually are okay with sort of letting the machine decide for some time. And then sometimes we want to actually do the thinking for ourselves. The worry I have is that latter part of having this cognizance that, okay, machine was deciding for me all this while, and now I want to take charge. The awareness that at some point I have to take charge before it gets too late. I think that really worries me. That awareness is what we are losing as sentient beings.
So, one of my friends, Vasandhar, who I also did an episode with, and I produce this podcast, Brave New World, he once came up with an interesting idea where he said that what he would like to see big tech gravitate towards is that you don't get a default algorithm, you get a bunch of algorithms to choose from, a basket of algorithms. So then you can optimize for serendipity and all of that. And my response was that, for people like us, we'd probably make some use of it and, try and figure it out. Most people actually don't care. Most people are like that, dude, if I'm going online to order food, it is a feature and not a bug that, that my favorites pop up, and it is a feature and not a bug that I don't have to scroll down and look for the, dal fry or whatever I had last time. It's right there on top and I can kind of pick it. So my cynical view would still be that, most people go through life along set grooves. And they're happy doing that. That is, and it's not like they're consciously thinking that I'm going to, save my cognitive burden and I'm not going to, by default,
It's
why should they
convenient.
waste time thinking about that?
I think my experience to this has been that we're happy doing it till such time someone actually shows us the mirror, and that's the actual mirror, not the black mirror. So we need to take the black mirror away and show the actual mirror and say, this is what we are doing. You realize this is what we've been doing. And then you see a pause. Because when we're doing it, it's just convenient. It's just like, we're going through the motions, and so it goes, it happens. But the moment someone actually articulates it for you that this is what is happening, I have noticed people take a pause and say, am I okay with this? Am I okay with, because it's then they do start to sort of think, okay, this is not just happening. Where does this go from here? So I do agree with the argument that most of us are actually, it's also the same argument with privacy, right? Most people don't care. But I think Apar had said this, for one of the stories I'd done, I think on third-party cookie deprecation, actually, which is again a very complicated topic about the internet and how it's going to change. But one thing he said, which made a lot of sense to me, is that you need to first make people aware of what privacy is and what their rights are, and then ask them, okay, is this something that you're okay with? So, and I think that is the part where I feel like, okay, I have some contribution to make, some value add to make, which is I can at least tell people, hey, you realize we're doing this. Now it's up to you to decide whether you're okay with it and how much of it you're okay with. So yeah, that is where I stand on this. I feel that we genuinely, would think at least about what we are doing if we are told, hey, you realize you're doing this. Most often there's nobody to actually tell us that. We're just, going through the motions.
I love that thing about, having an actual mirror and not a black mirror in front of you. But I got to tell you that I had like a metaphor for an actual mirror in the sense that, we all struggle with this. So on my phone, I got one of those apps which tracks your time, and you can actually restrict your time. My phone by default has some app and, digital well-being and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And you can decide, okay, Twitter only 30 minutes, Instagram only X time, and you set that. And
I
all
have
of
that setting for Instagram as well.
Yeah. And what I have kind of found is that it doesn't really work. That I'm aware. I've read all the books. I've read Digital Minimalism and all the books on how to kind of fight it. And it simply doesn't work because your default action at any given point in time, even for someone like me who's thought deeply about this, who is utterly disgusted with how decades of my life have passed away without productive work happening, even someone like me will just reach for Twitter and Insta, and in the moment I won't even think about it, and that kind of self-control is really hard. And I understand that self-control viscerally from a pre-internet era also, because I was like a professional poker player for many years before digital addiction was a thing. And there's this great book by Natasha Dowskol on what casinos do. And casinos basically mastered this way back in the 60s and 70s. So first of all casinos have no windows to the outside world. They're completely dark. So, and the lighting is uniform. So you have no sense of daytime or nighttime. Many casinos will pump out oxygenated air. So that keeps you going longer than you'd realize.
Interesting.
And there are all these crazy design tricks to just keep you gambling. For example, if you're at a slot machine. Now, obviously, the lights and sounds and everything are optimized to almost keep you in a stupor where you just keep going. You will win in between an optimal number of times to keep you playing. And from your patterns and how your speed is changing, they can know 10 minutes before you're about to get up that you're going to get up. And then a guy will come and offer you a free drink to keep you playing.
Yeah.
And in a sense, I think what big tech has kind of done is rational. They're just trying to maximize engagement.
Yeah.
Right? They're just trying to give you convenience. Right? In a sense, it's not like they're evil or something. All these things are supposed to just so
I had to do a dramatic pause there.
no, I will double click on your dramatic pause, and which will hopefully the double clicking will not be more dramatic pauses, but so I just feel like, what the fuck do we do about this? Because to me it is clear that government regulation is absolutely no way out, because we think of regulation of big tech companies as something that will happen in a benign way. We'll get the beautiful world we want, but you don't want to empower the state.
Yeah.
The moment you empower the state, they are just
that's not a solution.
That's not a solution. And my sense from what I hear from the big tech companies is that, we are sincere, we want to. But now I'll ask you to elaborate on your dramatic pause.
To your point about the screen time restriction not working, I think there obviously needs to be like a cohesive study on that across sort of countries and across sort of different diverse sort of set of people, because what happens in our day-to-day lives, no matter how hard we try, and despite our awareness, the worldview often gets limited to PLUs, which is people like us. So again, for this piece on cognitive dissonance of Instagram stories, I spoke to, I think there were 4 human case studies, and out of those 4, 2 had the same Instagram setting that I told you about. And one of them did say that, it's hard even after that. Sometimes I sort of go back. But the other said something interesting, which is that, because I have that setting, now I think of Instagram as something where it's not just mindless scrolling, but I actually consume content within those 10 minutes in a very mindful way. And so I think it is hard. So I can say at least 3 to 4 out of 10 times when I get that block on Instagram saying, you basically need to log out now, I do click on not now. But largely it's also because I'm working on something, and Instagram is also work, right? And so it's only then that I would do it. Otherwise, what happens is normally you're just like sharing memes with so many people. You just go out and then you just ping that person on chat. So I can at least think of one person who knows that I have that setting, and therefore every time we are chatting on Instagram and I go away, they realize and they actually ping me on WhatsApp because they figure out, and then the conversation also goes on for longer because there are fewer distractions. So, but I also do understand that I'm speaking from a very, this is all very anecdotal. This needs to be researched better. But I think just having these mechanisms in place is a good start. Then you take charge, right? This is about you taking charge. So then it's about the kind of person and how their sort of level of awareness that they've had, and also the kind of experiences that they've had on the internet for them to understand that this is not the real world, which obviously a younger generation struggles massively with, right? Because they were born into this world. So unlike us, they've not seen the pleasures of an analog life. But we've had that time to get enamored by the digital world and, find our 15 seconds of fame that sometimes lasts for 15 years. But then you realize the value of the analog world. As someone who writes about the internet, I find great pleasure in being away from the internet, because I feel it's so important for me to do that so that I can preserve some of my sanity so that I continue writing about the internet. And therefore, I will proactively find ways to actually, not scroll as much. And it also, I feel, somewhere inadvertently helps, because then you're able to sort of see broader sort of trends, as opposed to seeing, okay, which e-lafra is happening on Twitter on a day, and, what meme or what trending audio is viral in the moment on Instagram. So at least I'm able to, sort of have that, larger sort of zoomed out view. But I do understand that for a lot of people, it's really hard to do. And one is also kind of seen, all sides of the internet and seen how ugly the internet can get for you. So I think that also informs a lot of my choices of, how much time I want to just be on a platform. But I also hear this from a lot of people in the tech sector, right? Where I remember having this conversation with someone where I said that there was this one time that I had no network or something to that effect. Basically, how as a woman, you've grown up sort of feeling unsafe in the real world. Like that is something that is ingrained in you. You're in a physical public space. You're watching out for yourself. You're looking out for yourself. And yet, there are certain experiences that you go through on the internet that actually make the physical world a safer place for you than the internet, which is just so mind-boggling. And then I've had men who have felt similarly, where they said that, when they're out in the world where they don't have network or something, for some reason they've not had the chance to look at their phone, and they felt safer. Like, there is something about that constant sort of notifications, even if, again, people like us would not have their notifications on. We would, probably not even have pop-up notifications on for so many apps, right? Barring maybe email and WhatsApp. And yet just being on a particular app when it's buzzing and, you're getting like 20 to 200 notifications, there is very little documentation of what that does to your nervous system. And it's not largely pretty. So I think people who have gone through that, because we've also had millennials at least, who were like, Twitter celebrities at one point 10 years ago, have gone through that cycle. So a lot of those people have evolved now to understand that the value of the real world and the analog life. So one will have to wait for more and more people, unfortunately, to go through that that cycle for them to realize that there is merit in sort of when the app is telling you you've already spent the stipulated time on this app, then after a few times, you will realize if you care for yourself and if you're not destructive, that, there is merit in listening to yourself because you did this, right? You have put that setting. So there is a version of you that wanted you to be better, do better, or just self-preserve. And so you will take that call once, twice, and then maybe it'll increase. So now I think from 3 to 4 times now, I think it's 1 or 2 times where I would actually click on not now and stay on the app. And I'm actually on this one, I'm optimistic that once you have the awareness, the chances of you taking better decisions are higher. So it's that whole sort of journey of being made aware or discovering that awareness.
Yeah, and I remember this study I read about I think taxi drivers in London and how their brains were rewired by all the manual navigation they had to do, just remembering all the streets and ways and all that. And then maps changed that because then they had maps and etc. etc. And you're right. I wonder how, like, I can't help but think that certainly people start thinking in different ways and living in different ways because the rhythm is so choppy. It's that choppiness that I really think about. The scroll, the swipe, every 30 seconds something new, etc. And which leads me to thinking that you are actually very, 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 though I tell my writing students never use the word
never
very.
Use the word very, yeah.
But having said that, since I've already committed that sin, you're extremely lucky to have a Mamaji's library. And I'm now going to take you back to your childhood. And, so where were you born? Where did you grow up? Tell me about that.
So I was born in Kurukshetra, which, as we have established, is a place that actually exists, and it's not just in our epics.
I was born in Chandigarh, so I am aware of Kurukshetra.
you certainly are, yes, yeah. I know. But yeah, that I think used to be like this, one of those exotic things that you would tell people over here. So I spent 21 years of my life in Kurukshetra, in my hometown. And I'm really glad for that because I think a lot of growing up years, you were just sort of exposed to sort of say the Bhagavad Gita. And I remember in 7th, was it 8th or 9th standard, I would, I'd taken part in some of these shlokocharan pratyogitas. So which is like, reciting what is shlok called in English? Verse, I guess. Yeah.
Closest, yeah, verse.
Yeah, shlokas, they say, no?
Yeah, versas.
So, the 4th chapter.
Any?
So I think 4th chapter, 11th and 12th, maybe some from the 2nd chapter. And I would I mean, you know the basic ones, right? Karmanyavadikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana ma karmafal hetu bhur mate sangotava karmani. So some of these you'd remember by heart because they're also tenets of life that you swear by, right? Which is karm kal kar fal ki ichha mat kar. Wow, that's such a tongue twister. I never realized.
Yeah, that's what all poker players learn very fast. That don't be results oriented. Focus on the process. So.
Oh well, yeah. So I think some of these, like there was this one. I'm not sure if one is. Yeah, you can actually say it just half. There was this one. I think in the 11th chapter, 11वां अध्याय, which was about just like the shedding of clothes, right? And that's and how it is related to life. Vasansi Jirnani Navani, something like that. So some of these just I think in that time, being exposed to that and finding meaning in that, I think really kept me in good stead. I remember we used to have a Bhagavad Gita in like Sanskrit to English translation at home, and so I would love reading that. Yeah, now I'm just thinking I was too harsh on myself, thinking I was as buried in textbooks. I did read outside of textbooks as well, thank God. So I remember in I think 5th or 6th standard or something, I used to read this Bhagavad Gita, which is Sanskrit to English Bhagavad Gita, and it became my window into these words like renunciation, ascetic. Words that you would otherwise not find in your textbooks, but I could understand. Okay, this is what this particular thing that the B.R. Chopra's Mahabharat uses these words in their show, and this is what they're called in English. And I think that was fascinating to me growing up. So. Mahabharata is something that I feel, I don't know if I were born in any other place. I don't know if I would have had that kind of sort of an attachment to the epic that I do now. I think just growing up in that city, I don't know if everybody around me also felt that, but I certainly did. It just felt special. It just felt like I was more invested in knowing about that story and everything around it. So many of my, I think even to this day, a lot of the times, the analogies that I give or the way I think about so many things in life, I can tie back to Mahabharata. I remember a couple of years ago, or even more than that, I think there was some conversation about journalism and journalists and, how we're supposed to be and what we're supposed to do, and, something about, our role. And I remember, sort of again, evoking, sort of invoking, whatever is the right word here, Mahabharata, and thinking about Ganesh and thinking about Sanjay. Where, Ganesh was merely sort of like taking dictations from Ved Vyas and, who was telling, the story of Mahabharata, and Lord Ganesh is writing it, as is verbatim. And then there is Sanjay, who is basically given this, chance to kind of just, get like a 360-degree view of the battlefield, and is contextualizing the battlefield for Dhritarashtra. That is what journalists are. We are, we're not only just seeing and reporting, we're contextualizing, and that is the most important part of our lives as chroniclers of history, of the first draft of history, is that we contextualize. And I think that just, again, so I feel that I'm really grateful to the fact that I had that exposure to that world and that story, that epic story growing up. And therefore it just like, really, was embedded in me during my formative years. And I think it just, the urge to actually understand the difference between dharma and karma and understanding the importance of ethics, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of it is to do with just how invested I was in Mahabharata. So, that's one sort of, major theme from, I think, my childhood days. I also, simultaneously also had a very sort of, I would say, difficult childhood, like many other kids growing up around the world, because because of seeing a dysfunctional sort of family at play. But I think that's more than me. That's my mother's story. So without getting into too much of it, I could just say that at an early stage, sort of watching these movies, the Rajshri production movies that tell you, okay, this is what the idea of a family is, and sort of seeing a contrast sort of play out at home is very jarring. But and then I think even as you grow older, you realize how that kind of becomes a part of your personality, and how that is also used in some, sometimes to kind of make you feel bad about things that you had no control over. I think that part of my childhood was not pretty, obviously, but then it's one of those things, right? I think they just they form you into the person that you are, and like this one friend of mine, she says that because of that we have a personality, because we saw a lot of dysfunctionality at play growing up, and had to wisen up a lot earlier than most people around us who had a lot of privilege to maybe unsee that dysfunctionality in their households, which we did not. So I think that was a huge part of growing up years for both my brother and me, but I only speak for myself. I think at one point it was just that there was that my mother was suffering a lot in her marriage, which was very painful for us, for me to see. And I think shortly after that, I think in my teens, it was my mother dealing with an illness, which I just yesterday discussed with her if it was okay to talk about. And, she was actually quite okay with me talking about it from my vantage point. So my mother dealt with schizophrenia, for the longest time. And, it's as a caregiver, I think for me, just to understand and make sense of what was happening around me during those years, and to also sort of become the elder one in the family, because my mother was a single parent. Even while there was a semblance of a marriage, I think she practically raised us on her own, financially and socially, and for everything. I think it was just my mother who was doing everything for both of us. But even after, like my parents separated, I think even after that, when we were sort of dealing with being caregivers of my mother, just without realizing it, that you were assuming this position of being the protector, I think that really shaped me into the person that I am. And I think it also gave me the awareness of just mental health, and which is so, again, in contrast with everything that we had seen in pop culture back then, and often continue to see, to this day. So, which again, I'm really grateful for, because I don't think I would have had probably the kind of, and that's for every experience in life, right? Like every experience informs you into the person that you become. And for me, I think this just became one of the major formative experiences of my life, being a caregiver, to my mother, which is that the understanding of mental illnesses, and that they're curable, and that, like, it's pure science. I think that is something that, again, pop culture just completely failed to inform our understandings on. And I'm just so glad that I was able to get that in my late teens itself. It also kind of, I think, I think it also, I realized later on that I would attract a lot of people who would also not talk about it publicly, because again, now the world we know is very different, but then it wasn't. So I noticed when I moved to Mumbai, I would actually, gravitate towards people who also had, a history of that sort in their family. And then you realize that actually everybody almost has, somebody or the other that they've seen go through something, something really hard, like an episode in their family. But there is very little understanding of it, and there is even little sensitivity towards the language that you use to describe it, or to, even in conversations with somebody who's been through something like that. So I think just having gone through that, as a caregiver along with my mother, really made me the person that I am today, in terms of the sensitivity that I have towards people and their hardships, and just the basic understanding of the importance of how they say in our line, right? Hard news versus soft news. And I think anything to do with health and mental health would be categorized as soft news, but boy, it's not. And I think just having that understanding is something that I've got because of, that lived experience. And and I feel that it's also something that also makes you realize that once you go through an episode, an experience like that, you never want to have to go through that again, especially when you've gone through it at that age. So I also realized that my 20s were all about ensuring that other people also realize that. And so when, there is someone around them that is veering towards it, that you tell them basis your experience that please don't learn from your mistakes here, and, just make sure that, there is medical intervention and a doctor's intervention as soon as possible, because this is not something that you should wait on, or you should, try and talk out. That's something that I remember in those days used to be the thing that, talk to this person, make sure that they're not alone and everything. It's pure science, it's, so the earlier people realize it, because they don't sometimes have that exposure, the better it is for them to deal with it. And I think just having that understanding comes from, certain lived experiences that are completely invaluable. So it's really harsh to have to go through that. And I can't imagine how many people have gone through it and not been able to talk about it. But I also feel that, it just like, it gives you this sort of amazing strength to deal with life that sometimes, comes out in the most miraculous of ways, where you do not expect yourself to be able to deal with certain situations as well as you think somebody else could, but you are able to, and it's because your body is, somehow has been trained to deal with certain situations. So I have noticed in my adult life that I'm actually very bad at dealing with normal life, but very adept somehow at dealing with the spikes and, the shoots and the spikes. And I think it's got to do with the fact that my body has trained itself, early on to deal with crisis.
I share half of that. I'm also bad with normal life, but I'm also bad with shoots and spikes. So, I did this great episode with Jerry Pinto, where he, of course, spoke about his mom, and part of it is in his great book, M and the Big Home, and all of that. And I spoke about my mom as well. And I remember many people have reached out to me after that episode, which is when I got to realize that, firstly, this is incredibly common. And like you said, and secondly, so many people are in denial about it. Like back in the day, and even today in most of India, it's just considered like a stigma. You don't want to speak about someone that way. If you speak about someone that way, you are kind of letting them down. You should not do that. And we try to rationalize it away to ourselves. And exactly as you said, that if somebody is depressed, oh, cheer them up, what happened, and blah, blah, blah. And I wonder, Jerry spoke about something that I think I'd also experienced, about there being this swaying sometimes between a compassion on the one hand, but also resentment on the one hand of the person. Sometimes I think what can happen is you see someone behaving really badly and you hate them in that moment. And later you think that, no, wait a minute, it's a disease. But then if you think one step deeper, the truth is, and Robert Sapolsky's books, I think especially Behave, kind of gave me a better understanding of this, that the truth is that all of us are, our characters are contingent. There are, there are chemicals in our head, all kinds of strange things are happening all the time. And what that leads me to thinking is that you can look at someone with a mental health problem and look at someone not with a mental health problem, and you think it's a binary, but actually it's not.
Yeah.
Actually it is a spectrum, and all of us are swaying back and forth cluelessly across that spectrum. And that is kind of, therefore a call to greater compassion and less judgment.
Yeah.
But what are your thoughts on that? Because you said you bet so enthusiastically that I feel that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And in fact, now that I think back, it's been so long ago. It feels like another lifetime. Especially, I don't know. People say, right, अभी कल ही की बात लगती है. मुझे लगता है अभी पिछले जन्म की बात है. There's just so much that happens in life that, but it just becomes like, one of those things that's parked in your, somewhere in your childhood memory. In that moment, it didn't feel like that because you felt like an adult, even though you were a teen. And I do distinctly remember moments of pure anger, rage, resentment. But I think I have to give it to, like you said, right? It's also so character specific. My mother, Amit, just after, 2 to 3 days of sort of, when I kind of intervened and, had this conversation with my mama, and thankfully he also, like, normally, adults don't tend to listen to kids. but I'm just so grateful to him for listening to me. I had just got the internet at that time, and we had got like a dial-up connection or something, and I looked up her symptoms, and I saw like it showed up terms like bipolar disorder and schizophrenia and this and that, and I said, it says that this is curable and there's medicine for it. And he just like, I remember him just like, we were on our way back home, and it was like a very bad situation at the time where how people get when, they're just like constantly doubting everyone around them is conspiring and everything. So it was really hard to get out of the house as well. For the longest time, my brother didn't go to school. I didn't go to college. We would like, sit at home, like circle work from home opportunities when I was in final year of college. Amidst all of that, like I was able to sort of step out for this brief moment. And I told him this, and he said, let's actually go and speak to a psychiatrist now. And Amit, I think that just changed our lives for the better. And how? I mean, I shudder to think how our lives would have turned out if, that moment hadn't happened in our lives and that medicine hadn't arrived. And the psychiatrist told me, like I told him about the symptoms, and I said, she's obviously not going to take meds. And then he said, okay, I'm going to give you something which is colorless, odorless, and you have to make sure that she takes it. And then he said, by the way, this will have side effects, and, joints will get weak and everything. And I think obviously there are side effects, right? So she's taken that meds over the years, and now it's obviously a very diluted, salt of it. But like I said, right, it's to my mother's credit that not only did she recover, she resumed work and, up until the last day. And then I know for a fact, because I saw it in a video, I wasn't here. I mean, I wasn't in Kurukshetra when she retired because it was the pandemic. But she said, and, I could see it for a fact that, she got like the celebration of like that retirement. She's like, I've never seen anyone else get that kind of, a farewell. And it was because of, the work that she put in. And I think people over there may not have had a very good understanding of what happened to her during those few years. But the way she bounced back after that, I think it's got to do with her willpower, the sheer will of this woman who knew that she had 2 kids to raise. And I think she's done a fabulous job of, basically holding herself together the moment that medicine started working after like the first 2 times, and then having that cognizance, okay, something is wrong with me, I need help. And after that, for maybe this went on for a few months maybe, but after that she was the one who said that, something was wrong with me, and I think I need help, and I think I need to speak to a psychiatrist, and I need medical intervention, and I need medicine. Which again does not happen with a lot of people struggling with mental health illnesses. So I give it to her, Amit. This is entirely her willpower and her maybe love for her children, that she had this, awareness that, I am all my children have, and therefore I have to get better for them. And, she gave us, the education that we wanted, for both me and my brother. Actually, did like, he basically did his master's, and then he went abroad to study. And then, she's basically, paid for all of that. She paid for my wedding. I barely had to do anything. And again, single mother raising her kids and, in a capitalist environment, and never saying no to anything that they wanted. Thankfully, the kids were also aware of tete pao pasari jeti lambi saur, that they say, right? Like kids were aware of, what are the means that are available to them. So I think we weren't very demanding. We were slightly demanding. But she never made us feel that, we had lesser than others around us. And I don't know how she did that. I mean, it figures now, right? Because now when I ask her, what are your hobbies? What are your interests? What do you like to do? There's not much that she can think of, because I think she devoted her life to her kids. So I think that's how mothers are, right? But in this case, I guess, the person whom I got to see through battling through their mental illness was this resolute woman. So I guess, my experience is that, my experience is a lot less bitter and a lot more just sort of awe-inspiring, which gives me hope. So like, and the reason I said, oh, you bet, is because, you see so many people on that spectrum, right? And I just hope and pray that, they have, even a percentage of the resolve that my mother, showed, and that I saw in person through these years. Because because then they can get out of it. And you just and the kind of, and I don't think she also had the support system that a lot of people around us have now, because there is a certain sort of modicum of understanding of mental health. So the fact that she was able to do this with so little help around her, it gives me hope. It tells me that while this continues to be a taboo, to the point that I had to actually ask her for permission to make sure that she's okay that I talk about this, so we're still there. But the fact that she was now okay with me talking about it, and the fact that this is probably the first time that I'm publicly, talking about it, at least this feels like a safe space. But I know at some point anybody can access this, right? So this is new for me. It's also taken me almost 20 years to kind of, be okay with the fact that now a larger population on this planet will know that this has, been such a significant part of my life. But yes, I think, it's something so hard, that one goes through, that it's hard to kind of, it's hard to ever be able to condense it even in books, I guess. And, which is one of the reasons that I've actually not read Jerry's book, because it just feels like it's also something that you don't want to relive. But you also cannot help but acknowledge the fact that, it matures you, like anything, the kind of patience that, that gives you, the kind of understanding of human beings and their vulnerabilities and their, sort of grit. Because I saw that in my mother, right? I saw how she suffered, but I also saw how she came back. It gives you hope. Yeah.
And do you feel it shapes your character in terms of, because you've seen the big problems, the small ones don't really matter. It's like water over your back. So is that the case, or is that perhaps overinterpreting?
I think you are able to remind yourself that you've seen something much bigger than this, and you were able to tackle that, and you were able to weather and overcome that, and therefore it gives you perspective. I think the small problems will continue to bother us because, but it just, basically then your conversation with yourself, your dialogue with yourself that you're constantly having, right? In that dialogue, there is at least this one very, like one line in bold that comes in brackets all the time, which is that you've gone through something worse. And therefore, and because you've, sort of sailed through that, this person within you is telling you that, this too shall pass, and you'll be able to overcome this as well, because this is nothing compared to what you've gone through.
So let's take a quick commercial break and continue your story on the other side. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm still with Shephali. Isn't it amazing? None of my guests storms off during the break and says, I'm not coming back, and all of it. They all stay.
Dosti bani rehti hai.
Dosti bani rehti hai. Yeah. Of course, I haven't had that kind of guest. So, yeah. So let's kind of go back to your childhood and your growing up years. 21 years you said you were in Kurukshetra. Tell me about that, because I find that also fascinating, because the vantage point from a small town, even with the internet there, must be quite different, and must also be very different for you than for, say, maybe the kids 10 years older than you, because the internet has come in. So you're in the small town, but the internet has come in. Yeah. You may not have TikTok and Insta yet, but or
Orkut was there.
Orkut was there.
Just about. getting
Yeah,
there.
yeah, and the net was kind of there, early YouTube. But so what was like? I'm always, when I think of how people are shaped, and I think that in every generation up to ours, people are really shaped in very circumscribed and limited ways by whatever happens to be around them. The extraordinarily fortunate get Mamaji in library, but otherwise it's like whatever little books you have. We were just discussing outside that, you know, like you were just remarking how it's nice to be in a room with books that you've never heard of or read. And back in the day, I remember that, in a typical home, you'd have the same set of books. You'd have your Paulo Coelho and your Gandhi, and
Yeah.
for some weird reason, Mein Kampf. And you'd have the same set. That was a perennial
Yes.
bestseller in India for some
Yeah.
reason. And so I'm very interested in this shaping of you. Like, who are you becoming? What are you reading? What is your conception of yourself? What do you want to be?
Yeah, I think dictionaries come to mind. So growing up, I remember we used to have a lot of dictionaries again because pre-internet era, right? So there was the Bhargava dictionary, which was the Hindi to English to Hindi dictionary. And then you had obviously your Cambridge dictionary. I remember getting a Webster for my birthday in college at some point. My mother had gifted it to me because she knew that I loved dictionaries. And I think I would actually spend a lot of time just sort of parsing through pages of dictionary. I just love discovering new words through that. So I remember doing that a lot. And then I remember again the natural progression from there to when we got the internet, only for a year actually, when, after that I moved out. But for that 1 year that I had the internet, I remember looking up dictionaries online and because we had a Cambridge dictionary at home. So what did that look like online? And I really found the offline version of it to be slightly better than the online one for some reason, even though it had, I don't remember if it had pronunciation at the time. I don't know if it was that advanced back then. I can't seem to remember actually. But then I also remember somehow very weirdly, because there was an internet, wanting to sort of just learn different languages, and so the same sort of words and what they mean in different languages. Like I distinctly remember this one page from one of the registers that I had, where I have written what some of the basic words are translated to in Japanese. And I had absolutely no connection to Japanese. Well, now that I think about it, maybe sometime around the same time, so YouTube, I had some, I think, cognizance of YouTube at the time, because I watched this movie, Grave of the Fireflies, from, Ghibli Studio, on YouTube across, I think, 9 videos. It was, somebody had posted it across 9 10-minute videos. And so maybe it was before or after that I felt like sort of looking up Japanese words. I'm not sure. But I did that, and it also makes me think of how languages were such an integral part of my childhood. Growing up in Kurukshetra, where you would have people around you speak in Punjabi, in Haryanvi, and because mine was a household which was half Kashmiri from my father's side and Multani from my mother's side. So I would notice my father talking to his family in Kashmiri and my mother talking to hers in Multani, which is a dialect of Punjabi, and they would both speak to us in Hindi. And so we would pick up these different languages from a very comprehension level, but not at not having the speaking efficiency. I think that just got me, I was just fascinated by languages, I think, because of that. Then in between, there was also this brief period where I was, I think in 5th standard, I was overseas. I think my father had got a job there, so he'd taken me along with him. And I was there in an Italian medium school because he hadn't taken the transfer certificate from here. It was like a very dramatic thing. He hadn't told my mother that he was literally sort of KIDNAPPING, her daughter. So it was very dramatic childhood, like I already described. So so because of that, I couldn't get an admission in an English medium school over there. So I was enrolled in an Italian medium school, which meant learning Italian. This was a place where, they had their own this was in Northeast Africa. So they had their own local language, Tigrinya. So I learned to read and write that as well. I mean, wow. Italian was just sort of like, the same script, right? Latin. So at least writing part wasn't as hard and you could draw similarities. But then Tigrinya was like a whole different language and script. I don't even remember what the script is called.
I'm today years old when I learned there's a language called Tigrinya. So
Yeah,
what
this is Eritrea, which is next to Ethiopia. So their official language is, I mean, not official, but their local language is Tigrinya. And yeah, so there were a bunch of languages that basically I was exposed to growing up. And I think that has also, I think I have, just like with Mahabharat, right? I feel because there was an exposure to it early on in life, because of just proximity geographically, I think just the proximity to different languages made me open to absorbing different languages and just being fascinated by language and its impact in our lives, and just the cultural nuances that come up because of languages. So that was, I think, in hindsight, I feel that was a major part of growing up years for me. But essentially, I think, growing up in a small town and then coming to a big city, you always have a chip on your shoulder. I think that, most people who come from a small town would tell you that. And I am no exception to that rule. Also because I grew up in an environment where, again, the acceptable professions to go into were engineering and medicine. And I was good academically, so then it was all the more obvious that it'll have to be one of these two. But then my mother, I remember at one point, had said that, no, I actually want you to become a corporate executive, and so you should do an MBA. I was always drawn towards sort of writing in general, I think, growing up. And I think it's also to do with just basically your environment, right? I think it used to be very morose, like the kind of poems that I used to write. I remember at one point my mother had told me, please don't show them to me because they used to be sad. I think I was just finding an outlet, in
you have
words.
any on your phone?
No, I don't even have my blog link up in public. I don't want anyone to see any of that. But yeah, so I think, but I also remember writing poems about accountancy, economics, so the subjects that I liked, and sort of romanticizing them. So I think there was a part of me that also found joy, through poetry. So I think that was nice. Now that I think back at it, growing up in a small town, those were the sort of accepted professions, and if you were good in studies, then more so. My mother wanted me to do an MBA, and that's why I kind of prepared for CAT while I was at home. I had really bad percentile, both the attempts, and thank God I did not pursue it any further. But I also remember, like I said, right, writing was something that was always kind of a part of me. I found outlet, I think, for everything that I was feeling through writing. And I remember sometime in 7th or 8th standard, I was at a neighborhood uncle's house and we were having some conversation about, I don't know how this conversation started, but I remember telling him what are the things that I like doing. And then he said, journalist ban ja fir. And then I go, what does that mean? Like, wo kya hota hai? And what do they do? And then he describes it to me and I thought, okay, fine. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. That is something I think I could do. But even that, I think, was not as defining a moment as was this just reading Cosmos by Carl Sagan. And there is this one line, Sagan or Sagan, I'm not sure. There's one line, I think, in the book, which again is so inconsequential in the larger scheme of things, but I think it became my line, which is somewhere something incredible is waiting to be explored. And I don't know, Amit, it sometimes just the most inconsequential things speak to you and become of huge consequences to you. I think that is what that line did to me. I just immediately added to that saying, I wish to be the medium that explores the incredible and shares it with the rest of the world. Yeah. So then after college, after taking CAT, I had to actually tell my family that I want to pursue journalism. It wasn't readily welcomed as an idea at first, but then I was able to somehow find, and all this, by the way, happened around the same time that my mother was unwell. So there was also this like brief break. So I took a year's break in between because we had to sort of stay at home, because until then there was no understanding of how to deal with this illness. And so the only way we were dealing with it is by sort of staying at home. And so I dropped for a year because of that. And after that, I think I, sort of took charge of my life when she started getting better. And I remember reaching out to this somebody that I knew who used to write for like freelance, write for HT and TOI, and I would do reporting for him, and the stories would actually go under his byline, and I didn't know any better. And but he gave me like 1,000 rupees stipend at the end of it, I think. And then because I did that, and I would show some of those pieces to my mama and my mother, I remember like at one point there was this, like I showed it to my mama, and he had like there's this tiny smile, like slightly the lip moved upwards, and I thought, okay, now this won't be very difficult convincing him. And yeah, it wasn't after that. So I took some of these entrances for journalism courses around the country, and got through some of them. And then I think the one that seemed more feasible, like I think I'd got through ACJ in Chennai and IIJNM in Bangalore, the institute that has recently sort of announced that it's shutting its journalism course. So that is the one that I got through as well. And for some reason in our family, there was a history of people sort of not doing well in Chennai. Pani suit nahi karta and all of that. So they were like, maybe Bangalore is a better bet than Chennai. And I had no understanding of basically like where the two institutes stand, right? Like, or that ACJ is like so much more popular. So I also thought that, Bangalore seems more cosmopolitan and everything. So, let's go for that. And so my mama actually came with me to, sort of to Bangalore and dropped me off. And I remember there was in our room, almost everybody else had, some or the other sort of had figured out or had a plan or had some sort of inkling of like, how they're going to, had network. And we had none of that. So, and I remember him when he was about to leave the hostel asking me, you sure you want to do this, right? You sure you'll get a job, right? Because it was important in our family that, I'm so glad for that was always a given, that you will have to work and you will have to be financially independent. It's just so much important when that is just like ingrained in you, and that that there is no other option but to sort of earn your living. I remember him asking that, beta tujhe pata hai na, like tu कर लेगा ना, ये मिल जाएगा ना नौकरी यहाँ से. And in my head I'm just like, I don't know. it just got here. But yeah, I mean, I think 15 years ends, I guess it did work out somewhere along the way. But it was there, so while I was in Bangalore, obviously there were other people also who were from small towns, and I'm sure they would have also felt this, right? You constantly felt like this, you're constantly sort of trying to prove yourself, to your family, to people around you who don't understand how much more they've had compared to you in terms of just sheer exposure, and just to the world at large. And that, I think, among other things, where so much of sort of just the kind of opportunities that you'll get if you're in the same city, in a big city versus coming from a small city, not having, for the longest time I had no family in Bombay. And what that feels like, to someone who's come from a small town and a woman, it's very daunting. But again, these are things that teach you how to figure life out on your own, and I think it just combines with everything else that I had already sort of seen, right? Like I'd seen my mother being a single parent and raising both of us. Sure, she had, help and support from her family, but ultimately she was doing it on her own. And, there's no substitute to basically sort of, having a partner to raise a family with. So I had seen her be both the mother and the father and to me and my brother. And I'm sure that left an impression on me on sort of how to live life independently and sort of be self-sufficient. So, while there would be moments, where you would feel like, you've really nobody to sort of like fall back on. But I think there was somewhere this deep down, there was this understanding you are on your own. You've always been, so that's the reality and you've got to deal with it. I think that is another thing. Also, at this point, I feel like, in 5 years, I would have spent as much time in Bombay as, I did in Kurukshetra. So I'm as much like, now I feel like a Mumbaikar. And maybe that's the beauty of your podcast, Amit, that you make us sort of like I was telling you when I came here, you force us into thinking about that part of our life that we've long forgotten. And so now that I think back to it, I remember at one point 10 years ago, this used to be a major theme, like, running parallel in my head, that, oh, I come from a small town. And now I don't remember the last time I thought of myself as a small town girl. I now think of, now Bombay is home to me. And, there's just, so many memories that I've created in the last 14 odd years that I've been here. And, I've created, I found great friends here. I found bad boyfriends here. I found, an exceptionally amazing human being as my husband. I mean, we are separating now and it's mutual and amicable, but like that's, that gave me the chance to sort of build a family here. And then now that, it's something that I have to bid adieu to, I'm finding that even besides that, I created, a family of friends in this city. So yeah, I think I have forgotten that part of me that existed 10 years ago, that could only think of herself as the small town girl. Now I think I am a big city girl for all intents and purposes.
There's a lot to double click on, but the first thing I will do is I will confess that even I don't know Sagan or Sagan. Tomato, potato. But, actually, this is like, first of all, my pronunciation is absolutely horrible. Like, I remember I was doing an episode with Irfan Saab, the great presenter who runs that show. And at one point during the thing, I mispronounced the name of his town or something, and he corrected me. And then at another point, he said that I am very particular about pronunciations. Well, like, not telling me that I've done something wrong, but in general, as a
speaking for himself.
And I was just kind of saying that you forget my Urdu pronunciations. My English pronunciations are terrible. And I actually think that when I come across another person with bad pronunciations, to me it raises my respect for them. It doesn't lower it, and it raises my respect for them because then I realize that this is a person who did not come across this word in everyday conversation among their peers where they could learn how to pronounce it. They had to freaking read it, which shows a hunger, which shows a desire, which shows a certain attitude, and that's kind of something I admire. And in different contexts, I felt like that small town hick who can't pronounce a word. But in more contexts, I've also come from a certain privilege where, as a young person, I'm afraid to say that I did sometimes have that snobbish attitude that I, would look from on high at people and say, "Arey, this person doesn't know this, or this person can't do this," and etc. And one of the lessons I learned in my life is that ultimately, all of that shit doesn't matter. Ultimately, what just matters is attitude. That is the whole game. Are you working hard? And I'm remembering early memories from my 90s, from my first job when I was 21 or 22, and I remember that everything was hard work, that someone could come to a place where they don't have the language and they don't have the initial bright spark idea and they're not clever and they're whatever, but they will just chip away, and they'll come out with something fantastic. And you're like, what happened? And that is sort of the whole game. And in some contexts, I was a small town hick. In some contexts, I was an extremely privileged elite, all of that. And somewhere the twain met. But
I wanted to finish this, but because I don't think this will connect to what you're going to ask me next. So I want to add to this because I don't remember that part of my life all that well, because there's so much that has happened in the, last decade, and especially in the last 2 years for me specifically. I just realized when you mentioned this, that when I used to love sort of like going through these dictionaries, I had a thing for phonetics. For some, weird ass reason, I would actually write words and their meanings, and I would also write, the phonetic sort of representation of their pronunciation. And so, not as much as and not as well as Irfan Saab, but I also care about pronunciation. That's why I said it out loud. I'm not sure if it's Sagan or Sagan, because I care. I care about, how the word sounds, and, it should, like, I should at least know, whether it's, it sounds right or not. Because again, for me also, I was not exposed to, unlike the current generation, by the way, and I know this well because I recently wrote a story about it, how this generation is discovering new words, through the audio stream. Whereas for us, most of us, it was through the written text. So while we probably faltered on pronunciations, this generation does not know how to spell, and they don't know how to spell well for all sorts of other reasons like autocorrect and autocomplete. But phonetics is also something that has deeply sort of fascinated me growing up, and now it's the charm of that world where you could care about some of these things, because there wasn't so much of sort of the sensory overload that that we are kind of buried under now. So I am only rediscovering all of those things that I about me through your podcast as we speak. And so that's why I just wanted to kind of like do a hat tip to that part of me, growing up, who basically cared about so many of these things and who cared to learn so much and would make these notes diligently about phonetics, about words and their meanings, and factoids. So yeah, I mean, and that Shephali of her teens and 20s, she really like believed in a lot of things that that one should have, and I really hope I can sort of bring some of that back into my mid and late 30s as well. So yes, now you can complete your thought.
No, I'm not going to complete that thought. I'll come back to that thought later, but I'll take a digression. And one, that was a lovely story about how people are relating to language differently and don't know how to smell and all that. But that also reminded me of my editor Gaurav Chintamani, his son Ishan, lovely singer. He's got Instagram superstar. He apparently learned to write or learn to spell or whatever through following lyrics on Spotify during COVID.
Amazing.
And I love that story because it's just so, when you think about it, it makes so much sense that they're listening to language and the lyrics are right there, and that's how you learn to read. He learned to read. Yeah, that's what he learned to do. So,
incredible.
That is mind blowing. That just blows me away. But here's my question, and the reason I'll take a further digression into your digression is about phonetics. That it strikes me that when you pay so much close attention to language that you're looking through a dictionary all day. And my initial impression when you told me that is that, oh, she must be doing that because dictionaries are also great story books, which of course they are. So maybe it's the stories. But then I realized that no, it is the sounds and the words themselves. And what that makes me think is that could also explain your relationship with language in terms of being the writer that you are. Because too many of us, what we do is we don't pay attention. Like, when you came here, I asked you, what should I order for lunch? You said prawns. I said, okay. We ordered prawns. And while we were eating, and these are great prawns, South Asia's best prawns from Tanjore Tiffin Room.
We have not been paid to say that.
I plug whatever I like out of love. Yeah. They have some kadai kudi fried prawns or something is mind blowing. And you pointed out that the reason you loved a lot of the food that you were having is that you recently turned non-veg and you were discovering all this food. And I just thought to myself that, oh my God, she is so mindful while eating. While my cardinal sin is that I am not mindful. I could eat an entire meal and you could say, how was it? And I'll have to think back or imagine a memory or whatever. And I'm thinking it's the same thing with life and languages also. You can just go through on autopilot. I might be reading something and I'm reading it on autopilot. And I imagine when I come across a word I haven't read before, my instinct would just be to kind of, okay, I have a sense in this context what it must mean, and I just go on. And I have a feeling you'd go to the dictionary and you'd figure out what it is and how it sounds and all of that. And therefore, that extra mindful attention that you're paying to language would, just change your relationship to it and make you a much better writer. Is that the case?
Yeah, probably. And that is why it bothers me, the whole algorithm conversation that we had, right? Because I feel like there is merit in actually doing that, in sort of going that extra mile and finding more, digging deeper and going in depth. And as opposed to sort of like, making decisions based on whatever has been offered to you at the surface level. So yeah, you're probably right. Subconscious level, that is why that is something that, may have actually helped me.
So I'll go back to the question where I was, and the question was really about, like, we were talking about pronunciations, and the question was really about fitting in. Like, at one level, I think what must have been really useful for you is that knowing that there's no choice. You have to make a living. You have to grok it. You have to cope. You have to get the job done. And I think that's fantastic. And I wish everyone could have that. I mean, sometimes privilege is a real curse, So I think that's awesome. But what was that process like of coming to terms with yourself, like that classic anxiety which young people have, that they want to fit in, that moment of panic perhaps they feel when they think that, oh my God, this is a different crowd. I'm not cool. I mean, on the one hand, you of course have no option but to manage. But on the other hand, you're a young person, you want to fit in, you want to be cool. You may not know the books these people around you are talking about, you may not get the cultural references. You're like, oh my God, so what was that process like of becoming comfortable in your own skin, finding who you are?
Yeah, now that you ask me, and I know this is something that we talk about in context of the younger generation, peer pressure, and just fitting in for so many people in so many contexts, right? Yeah, I don't recall ever doing anything to fit in, and it's a surprise that I could get by, because when we were talking about sort of phonetics, and we were talking about sort of being in a big city, coming from a small town, I was reminded of these like few instances of mild bullying at workplace, purely because I was from a small town, and therefore maybe hadn't heard of a rock musician, or did not know what what was the word that I was looking for. Or I remember very distinctly there was this one time where basically somebody mocked me, saying because I had used a certain word, because I knew words, right? I knew what my journey had been, but this person assumed that because I come from a small town, I wouldn't know what this means, and maybe I've just like used it without realizing. So I remember this person mocking and saying, "Chef, do you even know what this means?" And I said, "Yeah, this is what the context was, and in that context I've written this." So for them to basically say that you're using saying that you're using a word that you don't know the meaning of, and B, also the implication that that is coded within. I've seen that. I think as late as 2014. So I had been in Bombay for 3-4 years by then. So I remember that, but I also don't like. I think it was more a commentary on them. I never sort of felt that there was something lacking in me. Like I said, right, because of everything that I had gone through by then already, I had such a strong personality, Amit. I did not feel the need to fit in. I was able to sort of find people with common interests, or even if that weren't the case, I remember when I was in my first year in Mumbai, I was in a working women's hostel in Bandra, and there were women from all across, like from all walks of life, who were working there, and who obviously weren't making very good money, just like me, and that is why we were all in a working women's hostel. So that was, I think, the binding factor, which is that you all come from reasonably middle class families, and therefore cannot afford to sort of have a pad in Bandra. But there was one who was a banker, there was one who was working at Pawan Hans, and there was somebody else who was working in corporate. Just different people, different lives, and we would come back together and watch that one tiny TV that everybody would watch together, which is where we watched the 2013 World Cup. No, 2011 World Cup. Was it 2011? Yeah, everybody had their stories, and everybody kind of listened. I think I was just very lucky that I never had to sort of, be largely in a situation where I had to fit in. And I was also such a diligent worker. Yeah, matlab, I remember I used to be so prolific back then, like, writing so much, and just had the kind of energy also, and the drive of a young person to just meet new people, and just be fascinated by stories in general. I was so busy working that I actually did not ever even have a proper circle for me to be wanting to fit into that circle. So I think, yeah, some of these, basically the friends that I had initially were from that hostel. So maybe that is what really helped, that I was in a working women's hostel. So I had it was just by virtue of being there, I had like some roommates. And so, we would all go out together, even though we had diverse interests. There was never a need to fit in for me. So I think I got saved by some of these decisions that one had to make out of majburi. That brought me close to people who also did not have that hang up, right? That they did not feel that, they were a certain way and therefore you had to kind of fit into their mold. So it worked out pretty well for me that way, that I had such distinct life experiences that, that I could sort of find like-minded people. And even though I had not been exposed to sort of Western music, I would somehow, find people, who cared for, Indian purane gaane, Mukesh ke gaane, and these basically other pop cultural aspects that I enjoyed and I relished. And now that I think back at that time, I'm relieved, because that is in today's day and age, if you've not seen, like I have not seen Breaking Bad so far, I have not seen House of Cards, I have not seen The Wire. What is that, like the best show of all time, basically?
It's the best show of all time.
Yeah, there you go. So I know, and I'm sure I would love it when I watch it, but I haven't. And the thing about sort of not being able to get a reference, with people who have not seen, say, Harry Potter, or there are people who have not seen Friends, and how much of an outcast they become because of that. I don't know how it was back then, because I didn't have to face it, because I think I was just so sure about the person that I was even back then, that it didn't matter to me. Like, I would actually judge somebody else for making me feel bad about the fact that I came from a small town, because I knew I was, an exceptionally hardworking person, and I had a bit of a brain as well that I used every now and then. And so I think, I'm sure I had insecurities back then, but none to the level that I would want to change anything about myself to fit in.
I love the thought of a community of outsiders in a hostel like that. So no one can make you feel like an outsider then, and that's beautiful. I want you to double click on a phrase that you used there, where you said everyone listened. And the fact that you should say that at all indicates that there is something unusual about that everyone listened. And tell me a little bit about that listening. Like, now I'm totally thinking aloud, and it just strikes me that most men have to learn to listen. Listening is not natural. I think I was also not really a listener. In a sense, the show taught me to listen. But when you say everyone listened, what did you mean? Like, is it that it was unusual and therefore deserved to be mentioned? Or, and do you feel that women listen better than men do? Perhaps because they have no choice?
I think first of all, what is the context in which I said that?
In the hostel, that you would hang around and then everyone did this, everyone did that, everyone listened.
Yeah, I guess that was more, maybe it came from a place of, there was no one sort of bringing anyone down, and everybody was just open to sort of hearing how the other person's day went. And there was just like, a bit of that. It's the whole sort of women discovering sisterhood at that age in life, when all through their lives growing up, they've been taught to compete with each other. I know, but in general as well, Amit, I think I feel very grateful for people who listen. I do it for a living, where you have to listen and then sort of think about, okay, what is an appropriate question, which would make that listening a useful exercise as well. Partly because of that, and also because there is just so much everyone wants to tell about their lives, right? Because we feel that we are not understood, that if there is someone who's willing to listen to you, it's a luxury. So yes, I do genuinely feel when someone listens, because there is so much commotion that they might be going through in their head about their life, that they are hoping to find someone to listen to, without saying our time now is over and this will be 1,500 rupees. If you can afford to do that, basically, if you can find a therapist who will listen to you, for which you have to pay. So someone listening to you for free in these times, it is something to be grateful for. So I think I have always been this person, who has been grateful for people giving their time. So this is, I think, just an extension of that, someone listening to you, not hearing you out, right? That's the other difference, right? Which is very important. How they say, right? Hear me out. I think that also comes from a place of the paucity of listeners, that you're just okay with people just hearing you out. But therefore, when you say thanks for listening instead of thanks for hearing me out, maybe this is the part of me that cares about language and words so much. And so I pay close attention to the choice of words as well. But I would not say thanks for hearing me out. I would say thanks for listening if I feel that the other person actually did listen. Yeah, like they say in Twitter language, right? I think it's beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know Twitter language, but yeah, it is beautiful. And maybe, just as in Japan they have these sex dolls, maybe they'll have listening dolls. So you just get a doll and the doll listens to you. But so here's another question. Something that I like saying, something that was an impression that I have, but that I'm now beginning to wonder if it stems from a cognitive bias, is that when I look around me, I find that young people from small towns just have tremendous hunger. Like if I'm to work with someone for a gig or hire someone for a job or as an intern, I'll always be massively biased towards a young person from a small town because they're hungry, because, they're going to work hard, they don't have attitude, they're probably not coming from great privilege and therefore are not spoiled in many different ways, and they'll have, all of that falls into place. But lately I'm wondering that maybe it's a selection bias.
Yeah.
Maybe the people from small towns that I am exposed to happen to be the outliers in those small towns who have made it to the big city.
I would like to think so as well.
That is the case from what you've seen in the hostel. So what was your journalistic career like then? Like, in fact, even before that, what was journalism college like? Because you spoke about how now looking back, you figured out that many of your values as a person could have come from, whether it's a Mahabharata or the Gita, or, when you're growing up, and by osmosis, you take shit in and all of that happens. But something that I've often wondered about journalism is that when I looked at it in the 90s, so I became a journalist in the 2000s, but when I looked at it in the 90s, what was clear to me is that the quality of our journalism was extremely low, and that becomes apparent when you look back in hindsight as well. My impression then, perhaps a harsh one, but I think largely true for most people, was that people who got into journalism had failed to do anything else, and this was like engineering nahi hua, medical nahi hua, yahan pahunch gaye. And also, and all of it changed obviously with time, but also that from what I could see from my friends in the profession, that there were no systems in place where you could really pick up the values of good journalism or the values of good writing. You would be very lucky to have a good editor as a mentor. And in my pre-internet times, you had no way of reading the best journalism in the world. Today, you can go online and you can read the New Yorker and the Atlantic and blah, 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 and you get a sense. By osmosis, you pick up construction, writings, all of those things. So what was that process of learning journalism like? Like, did any of it happen in journalism college? Did a lot of it happen in the workplace? How do you figure out how to write? How do you figure out, what are the values that you have to keep in mind while reporting and so on and so forth?
So I think like most people will tell you about most other disciplines in life. It's the, how they say, right, the school of hard knocks that actually teaches you whatever needs to be taught, which is, I think, the same largely for journalism as well. But what I am immensely glad for, for having sort of chosen to pursue studying journalism before getting into it. Also because I had no network, right? I didn't know anyone, so I didn't know how I would get a job. And that sort of gave you provided a path for you to then sort of find a job in journalism. But what I value those 10 months for immensely is some of the teachers and some of the things that they said in class. So I realized I don't think I had this before that, like in college, but in my journalism school, I found myself very sort of unconsciously just taking quotes. There's one thing which is making notes, but then there would be times when I would just go on the top of the page and I just write a quote based on something that the faculty had said. At the end of the 10-month course, we some of us they'd asked if we wanted to do something, like present something. So I had an option to either sort of recite a poem or speak, and I thought that I'd speak probably, because by then I think I'd just the whole idea of writing poems I'd just kind of gotten bored of. But I picked it back up in between, I think in 2012 to 14, and then just again left it. But yeah, so I decided to speak, and then I didn't know what I would be speaking about, but I had just raised my hand saying that I want to speak something for our conversation. And I think a day before the convocation, then, the classic journalistic discipline, right, where you only wake up a day before the deadline. So I was just wondering, what do I have to do and what do I do? And then I realized that I had collected all of these quotes over the last 10 months from these faculty members, that, something that stood out for me. So I went through all of my notes and then looked at the top, and, there were these sort of nuggets that I had extracted out of those lessons. And some of those things till date, Amit, are the ones that I have sort of, kept with me. There was a broadcast faculty of ours, Deepti Kotian. She used to say, "You always do a great job of a story you care about." And I think she must have said it only once in passing in some class, but somehow it stayed with me. And it suddenly, sometimes even in a session that you're not interested in, it suddenly just wakes you up, where you realize, okay, this is something really meaningful, and I think I, want to come back to this, and, maybe want to hold on to this. So I remember having noted that down. You always do a great job of a story you really care about. And so that to me was like a signal to how you should be as a journalist, which is that you should care. You should care about your stories.
I mean, the lesson in that is not to only do stories you care about, but to care about every story that you do.
Exactly. That's the whole point, that, you need to care about the story that you're writing. And also basically to choose and, therefore filter it out, saying that, is this something that you care about? And, why you should care about certain things. So, also basically it just like covers all aspects of caring as a human being. That was one thing I remember. Then I also remember one thing that another faculty member, guest faculty member, Arun Subramaniam, had said, which is, this is like you can't think of a better profession than this. You get paid to learn every day. And that is just the most beautiful thing, right? It just makes so much sense. And at another point, he had also said, the whole world is your oyster, which is again, another version of this, like an extension to this. And it just, again, things like those, I think even after 14 years, I still sort of, carry with me. To that extent, I think it was useful. Journalism school also sort of, especially for a small person from a small town, right, where you have no exposure, it also gives you an exposure into what this world is like, what are the major media houses. Like, I remember we watched some of these movies, about the Watergate, All President's Men. And I remember the first movie, I forget what was the title or the plot of the movie, but there was this one line in the movie which was about, this one person asked this journalist, "Is it true?" And then she says, "It's accurate." Mm-hmm. And my God, like, it's just such a loaded sort of phrase, right? But again, the tussle between truth and accuracy, and then knowing that one is good to sort of protect you legally, but the other is what you strive for. So, you're sort of striving to get the truth out.
Illustrate this for me from your work. Like, tell me what is accurate and tell me what is the truth behind that. Not just from your work.
That's what I was wondering.
General,
that
from
maybe,
journalism in general.
Maybe in general, I think in journalism, in so many ways, when something is accurate, it's largely half truth, right? Because, if you're talking about, say, crime against, crime where the perpetrator is from a minority religion and, trying to sort of play that up in, their religion up, it's accurate. But the truth is that, there are crimes that have been perpetrated against, there's the same set of victims by people of majority religion as well. And that is the truth.
That's exactly the example I thought of actually when I asked. Yeah. So
I guess, great minds.
In these times. No.
And great minds in these times.
Great minds in these times. Yeah.
That's the difference between accuracy and truth, right? And we have to remember, again, like Sanjay, context is so much important in our job, and context is what separates accuracy from truth, I guess.
And it's interesting because you're getting into journalism at this time when the country, where everything is changing. The country is changing, technology is changing the entire landscape of journalism and whatever is online, how people figure everything out. And in a sense, you could say that the truth has become more important than ever because that consensus on the truth, which all through our lives we assumed was there, is no longer there. Everything is narrative battles and etc.
Yeah.
So Tell me about the times. Tell me about, you're in college, you're doing the course, or you're in your first job and you're doing the job, but also everything is changing. How do you look at that? How are your frames of looking at your country? Like the way that you look at India, how does it change from when you're in Kurukshetra to when you're in Bangalore to when you're working in Bombay? Because I would imagine that the process would be something like discovering one layer at a time, peeling back one layer at a time, and, figuring out more and more. So what is that like for you?
I think up until 10 years ago, or even up until 2019, I guess, my job just gave me joy. And it was just a job that I enjoyed doing. But after that, it just became really real, yeah. I think there is no other way of saying it. Now now you feel that it's essential, and you want more people to feel that way. I think that's one big change. If I think back to the time I was in Kurukshetra wanting to pursue journalism, or when I read Cosmos, and thought of sharing the incredible, now it's, I don't remember the last time I thought of something as incredible. Now it's more about, somewhere something important is being suppressed from being heard. And, you need to be the medium that tells it to the rest of the world. So the incredible has been replaced with the unheard and oppressed and important. So there is just so much of oppression of truth that we find, to be, living amidst that the whole romantic idea of journalism that I had 15 years ago has ceased to exist. Now it's a job that anybody would agree is one of the most dangerous jobs to stick to. And that is a sea shift. I don't remember at any point sort of being worried about my physical safety because of my line of work. It was just about, making rent, and, because you always kind of were sort of conditioned to believe that, okay, this job doesn't pay well, but, this whole romantic idea of doing public interest work, and, therefore it's something that, gives you meaning and value and purpose, etc. But now it's about, it's about more than that. It's about just knowing that there is just, even though there are just so many exemplary journalists that, one is surrounded by and feels so glad to be sort of living amidst, you still feel that it's nothing compared to the number of people who are spreading fake news and misinformation, right? That you realize the importance of your job now more than ever. And you're also like, you're simultaneously glad for, and at sometimes wonder, what were you thinking when you thought you wanted to be a journalist? So yeah, it's very different. It's the incredible has been thrown out of the window long ago. Now it's just now it's a fight to make sure that the speak up for those told to shut up, and speaking truth to power, like all of those things that you thought other people in movies do, the protagonist in a movie, who's very brave and making these calls. You are that protagonist now, whether you like it or not. If you're a journalist now, you are that protagonist. So it's very different from the idea that I had, back when I was in Kurukshetra wanting to do journalism, when I was in Bangalore learning how to practice journalism, and when I was practicing journalism for the first 5 to 6 years. I mean, the people who are getting into it now, and that is probably one of the reasons that IIJNM has shut its journalism course, right? Because there's so many people who are already aware of it and they don't want to pursue journalism, and you can't, I mean, you're not surprised. The fact that nobody is surprised that this is happening, it just tells you just how much more important this job is now.
Tell me what you found incredible.
Lots of things, actually. I mean, Surabhi, right? Like everything about, I'm just trying to think of basically pre-2016-17, which is when I actually moved to mainstream journalism. I used to write about advertising and marketing. And we were doing a special edition on brands of Bharat. And for some reason, out of nowhere, I decided to think of Surabhi as a brand of Bharat.
That this is a TV show, Renuka Shahane.
Renuka and Siddharth Kak. Yes, yeah. So, and reached out to somebody whom I could see was a mutual friend of Siddharth Kak on Facebook. These were Facebook days. So, and then Siddharth reached out to Renuka. Both of them were very generous with their time. We all met at the club in Andheri, and we spoke about the incredible journey of Surabhi and how, with the very little resources, the way they were able to pull off that show in those times, and how they were able to find a backing in Amul at at different junctures of the show. And just everything about that show, I think, was incredible. So I remember the headline was "The Unplanned Glory of Surabhi," and I think from before I moved into sort of writing about outside of the world outside of advertising and marketing, I think that was one of the most incredible stories that I had the pleasure of sort of putting out in the world. So yeah, that was incredible.
I felt very jealous when you said that, in your early years in journalism, you were full of joy. You would do it with joy. And I want to ask here about purpose, because it seems to me that you can come at purpose from two directions. And one direction could be that you have a grand higher purpose, however you define it. You can say that these are difficult times and this is an important profession and we must fight for truth and we must, truth to power and comfort the afflicted, afflict the comfortable, all of those cliches. And we must do all of that. And that is...
Those cliches have become very real now, they've become the hard truth.
Yeah. And I'll come back and double click on those as well. But first, talking about purpose. So one way of purpose could be that okay, XYZ is my purpose. That's the thing. That's a higher thing. Another way of finding purpose, which I think is perhaps more sustainable and even from my vantage point feels genuine and doable, is you find purpose in routines and processes and in the approach you bring to your everyday life. So if you're doing a story, you do it with joy. Like what Deepthi said. That's a beautiful quote. Again, the main message in that is that throw yourself into every story that you do. Make it important, just that whole dharma of it. And I think that that's the best way of finding purpose, that you find meaning in the everyday things that you do. You're going to make an omelette, make the best freaking omelette. Be mindful. Don't just go through the motions, right? I don't know why I thought of an omelette, or etc., etc.
Hey, I screwed up my sunny side up just yesterday. So yeah, I feel this.
Yeah, but I mean, the another way of putting it is you screwed up your sunny side up, but you made the best half fry in South Asia. So, yeah, you can say
I like this.
Yeah. So these are two different ways of looking at it. And my sense is that early on, it feels from whatever you're describing that your sense of purpose comes from the first thing, that I'm going to have a blast, right? Every day I'm learning something new. I'm talking to someone new. I'm going to have a blast.
Unearthing something that has not been told yet. And just also, again, because you come from a small town and sure, you've read a few Maxim Gorkis, but that's where it stops. You've just been fed on textbooks for years on end. And then, you're out in the real world where people have stories to tell and they've had these experiences that, you're trying to just make sense of. And somehow you have a very fertile mind, so you can think of, story ideas. I think, touchwood, all throughout my career so far, thinking of story ideas has never been a problem. I think I don't remember a dull moment. It's also because, life basically, political did not become personal back then. I think it's also largely to do with just how ignorant one was. Because, I was writing about advertising and marketing, and basically it's also that, that early days of Twitter where Twitter fights were between individuals and there was nothing political about Twitter fights, which is not the case now, right? So, now there is an ad that comes and then, a jewelry showroom just gets ransacked. So maybe if I was still writing about advertising and marketing, maybe it would still be there, but not as much as now, right? Now the internet is heavily political. So if you're writing about the internet, there is no way you can shield yourself from the politics of it. And why should you when you're actually in the business of telling the truth? So.
And going back to sort of all of those cliches, truth to power, comforting the afflicted, etc., etc. And something that I wonder about when it comes to journalism is that, you can believe in all of those values. At the same time, the very act of journalism, on one hand, it's an enterprise which has to make a certain commercial sense for the organization that's doing it. They've got their bottom line to think about. at some level, it is always like, people in the creator economy, it's like forward facing. What does the audience want? How do you get the audience's attention? What do they want you to write about, etc., etc.? All those considerations come into play. So in a broader sense, perhaps not with reference to yourself per se, but just in a broader sense, when you look around you, like when I look around me, I think all the big media houses have a problem that they can't go too far out on a limb because they have too much at stake.
Yeah.
You could be a big media house that also has a chemical factory which can get raided by the ED, so you got to play it careful, and etc., etc. It's a balancing act. You've got brave, independent outfits like, the Scrolls and the News Laundries and the News Minutes of the world who are out there, who are doing the good fight. But again, it's like in Dylan's words, if you ain't got nothing, you got nothing to lose. The smaller you are, the easier it kind of becomes to fight that good fight till they come after you. So how does one think of journalism? Because what happens is that when you take that notion of speaking truth to power all the time, or afflicting the comfortable all the time, there is a danger that it can shade over into activism as well.
Yeah.
And then you have to ask yourself that, okay, what am I doing exactly? That is my job to only speak truth to power? Is my job to, etc. You get the drift. So how does one sort of disambiguate one from the other? Like I look at, like, people I admire, though they're not really journalists per se, but I really admire them for what they do, are the alt news guys.
Oh, yes.
What
Oh, yes,
Pratik and
absolutely.
Zubair are doing all the time is that they are, they are very clear about what they are pursuing, which is truth, which is fighting fake news, and they do it on all sides. They don't just go after the administration. If the Congress says something stupid, they'll debunk them.
Yeah,
They'll
which they
debunk
do
whoever.
quite often.
Which they do so often, right? So they're going after all sides.
Yeah.
On the other hand, The Wire is never going to carry a pro-BJP story. It simply ain't going to happen, right? Ditto Caravan. While I can imagine Scroll carrying something of that sort. So even within these guys, I'm sort of distinguishing. So how does one think about that? Because then there is a danger that in times like these, without even meaning to, good journalism can shade into activism. And how does one think about that? Because the moment you kind of cross that boundary, it's not journalism anymore. It's not truth anymore. There is an agenda.
You're so right, Amit, and it happens so often. You see it play out in front of you with journalists that you admire as well, and you clearly see the biases. I think, and senior journalists as well, more so with senior journalists actually. I feel that I'm also somewhere in the middle, right? I've been doing this for 15 years. There are people around me who've been doing this for 50. You cannot lose sight of objectivity. And it's the same with journalism as it is with my politics, which is that what makes sense to me is that my politics is pro-humanity, and it is not biased towards a side or a party. It is biased towards human beings and their welfare. And as long as you have that clarity and you're able to sort of be firm on the fact that I am not going to side with a faction, I think it's not hard then to be objective. Basically, somebody would just spin it to say that, oh, I am neutral because I am, if there is criticism against party A, I'm publishing that. If there's criticism against party B, I'm publishing that as well, and therefore I'm neutral. I think that's very dangerous, and I am glad that now conversation is happening on how that needs to stop, because it's important for us to be objective but not neutral. And as long as you're objective and you don't lose sight of this one very good piece that you wrote about tribalism in this context. So I would just quote that and say that makes absolute sense to me. You cannot lose sight of the truth. Sometimes the truth is not favorable and you may not like it. Journalists have been persecuted for basically doing their job well in the previous regime as well. One cannot forget that. So I think, just because a particular regime is draconian does not make the other, may make the other look better in comparison, but comparison is not what you're going for. What you're going for is truth. And the truth is that everybody has made mistakes, and it's your job to question them on what happened and also ask them how are they going to work around.
I mean, when the UPA was in power, Raju Narisetti had to leave Mint, and when the BJP was in power, Bobby Ghosh had to leave HT. So, yeah, shit happens in all directions, and that's, of course, a big sort of media house. Another question I'm going to ask you is about the different forms of journalism, right? Which is not something I think we often think about. But the thing is, when you're in journalism, there are many different forms you can write in. There is a 600-word news story, there is a feature story. You've done a lot of long form feature stories in your times. Even the rhythm of doing the story. Sometimes a news reporter may have to do 2-3 stories a day.
Yeah,
Sometimes
they do three at least. In financial papers, the idea. I mean, the broad sort of KRA is 3 stories a week.
Wow, yeah. So even that is tough, and some people have a luxury of doing whatever. So I'm just wondering about how the form impacts that, because like you mentioned that you're a good listener, but having said that, the scope of your reproducing a lot of what you're listening is still severely limited. Say compared to me, I can listen for 7 hours and it's all out there, right? So I have the extreme luxury and privilege of having chosen a form for myself where I can really unwind. You can't do that. You have to sort of distill the essence of everything and then try to. So tell me about your experience with the different forms that you worked in, and what it took for you to learn the craft.
Yeah, this was, I think, very recently. I was having this conversation with another journalist who's a field reporter, and I said, I have to do these calls, and then they said, oh, for quotes. I said, I mean, yeah, for quotes, insights, like, normally they think that, people would think that it's a conversation if it's a not a narrative story, then basically you're just looking for quotes. But here my conversations actually go into 40 minutes each conversation. So essentially, a particular long form story on average is like about 1600 words, and for that I try and speak to like over a dozen people. And you don't have to. I do, because I remember there was this one time when I was writing actually a single pager, which is a 1,000-word story, but it was right after the Pulwama attack. And because I'm half Kashmiri, so I think there was this, I also felt strongly about what was happening there. And I was just, telling, my desk person about this. And then they said, why don't you write about this and what's happening over there and what's the situation like for Kashmiri Muslims right now? And so I was struggling to find people to speak at that time, because it was, a tough time, and I was in Mumbai, and, this was all happening there. So I was not on the ground reporting. And I remember them saying, Chef, you'll speak to 10 people, and then you'll find at least 2 to 3 people who'll have something of, something concrete to say. And this is, Chami Harikrishnan, who's basically, again, played a vital role in sort of shaping me to be the journalist that I am right now, at least in the last 5 to 6 years. And that just made so much sense to me. So I'm sure even before that I would speak to, a lot of people for stories. But I think after that, I would just very consciously also try to sort of, look at the quality of the number, and, try to just make sure that, there is a diversity in terms of the views that I'm seeking, and, diversity in terms of gender, in terms of, their socio-economic status, in terms of religion, in terms of caste. So especially because I write about the internet, right? We try to fall into this trap of, again, speaking to PLUs, which is people like us. And so I have, over the last at least 5 years, made a conscious effort to actually seek people from diverse backgrounds, because I know that makes the story richer. Somebody who has faced caste-based oppression will view the internet very differently from somebody who has never had to know what their caste is because of a certain privilege. Somebody, who comes from, a minority religion that gets heavily targeted on the internet in our country and otherwise, will see, a world of the internet very differently from the way, somebody from a majority religion does. And all of these things are important to be sort of brought out in generic stories about the internet, and not just about a story which is about caste or which is about religion. I think a lot of this happens very sort of seamlessly when you're writing long form, where you don't really have to kind of belabor on that point that, this is someone who is from so-and-so caste and so-and-so religion, and yet they make their point across. I just, I don't know why I said that, maybe because I was trying to draw parallels and trying to sort of find a way to say how long form writing is my favorite form, but I don't think there is a because, Amit. I think I've thought so many times, especially because I write about a world that is obsessed with 15-second videos, to sort of like write something in praise of the written word. But I sometimes feel that it just it's something that is hard to put into words. Why I love words so much, and why I care for this form more than the others. So I think I'm just going to leave it at that. I think this is a favorite form, and if I'm pushed into a room to say that you have to bring out 1,000-word essay to explain why, so maybe I will. But right now I'm just going to leave it at that. I studied broadcast journalism actually because growing up I think there was little understanding of just how much I love the written word. And therefore I am familiar with broadcast journalism. So, and in recent times I've also sort of edited a few podcast episodes that I've hosted as well. And it's magical how technology, when it marries storytelling, what kind of stories it can tell. I don't quite enjoy the production aspect of it and the time that goes into it. I think there is some sort of beauty to sort of speaking to over a dozen people for 40 minutes and then trying to distill the best out of it and trying to then put it into words in a way that feels coherent, and that people would sort of read for 12 minutes, and like an average reading time is 12 to 16 minutes for almost every story that I do. If you think of it in terms of watching an episode, it's maybe just the first sort of 1/3 of a basic sort of half an hour episode, so it doesn't feel much, but when you're reading it feels like a lot. Therefore I understand the commitment that I ask of people. And I, at the same time, I also understand that, the world is moving towards video. It is easier to grasp and gets a larger audience. And maybe at some point I will have to kind of, like the silent actor from The Artist, I will have to make peace with that and see if I want to perish or thrive, and therefore switch over. But at this point, it's the written long form for me. I think I love it, and I believe when there are people who actually come and say I noticed in the end this is what you did and I liked, and I'm just like, thank you for reading till the end, because I know it's something that not a lot of people are able to do because of the environment that we are in again, and where it's just a lot easier to sort of just watch an executive summary in 15 seconds of something that you've spent like so many weeks putting together into 1,600 words. And yet I am not ready to give up on it just yet.
Yeah, dramatic apocalyptic words, because I wasn't for a moment suggesting that the form is dying or something. I mean, at one organic biological level, of course, we will all perish.
I see it every day, not dying, but I see, more and more people who basically prefer to like, watch and listen as opposed to read.
But that's my point. They always did. They were always just a small sliver of readers, in a sense. That point about diverse voices is great, because like one illustration of that which became very stark for me was when I had the great scholar Chandrabhan Prasadji on my show on our episode on caste, and full of TILs, and those TILs were all about different perspectives. For example, he would talk about how when he goes back to his village and the elders in his family have potbellies and diabetes, and he feels proud. That a Dalit can get diabetes is a sign of progress in his mind, because earlier that would simply never happen. And equally, he says that while outsider city slickers like us can look at the ghungat as a sign of the patriarchy and oppression and all of that, in his village, when Dalit women now get married and they wear the ghungat, they celebrate, because earlier they weren't allowed to. So for them, it has exactly the opposite thing, which is, can you think of more examples from your storytelling where just the effort to go beyond the typical PLU voices actually opened up something for you in this way?
Chandrabhan Prasad, thanks to your podcast where you had mentioned him at some point, I was writing a story on food and the whole sort of food creator space, in India. And I spoke to him because he had, I think a few years ago, started like a Dalit food brands. And, he spoke about how he had to shut it because, people from the community, do not want to sort of celebrate and, openly talk about having food, which is basically a part of their community and their culture. it was such a, I also remember again, I sort of just slid it into a story which is largely about food. But I remember somebody had actually just taken a screenshot of that saying harsh truth. And then you feel like, okay, at least one person has noticed this. So yeah, that's what happens when you try and get diverse inputs for a story as basic as food, right? Where, there's just so much that's happening in that scene. But I was so glad that I was able to speak to him and the kind of, it's basically so stark, right? Compared to the rest of the food space where people are just like aesthetically posting their food and how the kind of traction that it gets. Here's someone who actually thought that, they will, basically let the whole world know that this is our legacy, this is our culture. And the people, their own people were just not ready to sort of embrace it. And that's why he had to shut it. And so therefore that is also going to be a journey, I believe, right? Like in being able to openly celebrate, food from your own community. And that was a big learning. And for me and for the reader who pointed it, I mean, there was a sole reader who did, but at least someone did, right?
I mean, if one guy points it out, that means 1,000 guys noticed. It's just that one
Is
guy
the
who
hope.
pointed
Is the
it out.
hope.
Yeah. It's not the hope. It's very much the case. Talking of perishing and all that, sad. So,
Realist.
yeah. Moving on from the subject, but also staying on the subject, like you mentioned about, how, Mr. Prasad had to do this because other Dalits didn't want to talk about their food. They felt it was infra-dig and they didn't want to celebrate it. And there's a similar thing that used to happen with languages. For example, I did an episode with Vinay Singhal, and no doubt you've heard that, yeah, off stage. And Vinay pointed out how it used to be the case and was the case with him. And he also was from a Haryana
I know, yeah.
village, where first he went to a town, and his big challenge when he joined a school in the 8th standard was learning English, but he did, and he topped the class. And then his next big challenge when he went to Delhi was learning Hindi, which took me by surprise because you think Haryana, but then you realize that no, a language is a dialect with an army, and so many dialects like Haryanvi don't have an army. And more to the point, tying it up with what Chandrabhanji said, more to the point, people who come with these dialects to the big cities or even the big towns will often feel that it's infra-dig. People will call them Verni. I remember Verni was the word when I was in college for, people who spoke in languages, and then they'll be embarrassed about it. And what Vinay did with Stage was, Stage, for those who haven't heard that episode, please do. Stage is what Vinay calls a Netflix for Bharat, but not Bharat in terms of major languages like Hindi, Bengali, etc., but in terms of dialects like Haryanvi, Bhojpuri, Maithili. And that's mind-blowing. And what Vinay said, that for the first, there were people who would get in touch with him and say that, Bhaiya, for the first time in my life, I felt proud of my language. I didn't have to feel ashamed. And I just feel that is such a wonderful thing. And there is such a sort of churning happening in this interaction between small town India and, big city India, as it were. And a lot of that churning has to do with these complexes both expressing themselves and beginning to disappear in different ways. And so tell me a little bit about what is your sense of that, because you've also written different columns about how, for example, English is so aspirational. Snigdha Mohan had a whole chapter in her book about Snigdha Poonam had a whole chapter in a book about exactly that. You've spoken about how Coffee with Karan became such a sensation because that's how small town India figured out how to speak English, how the hoi pollois, speak English, as it were. So tell me a bit about what is happening there. At one level, there are these complexes that play itself out, but then there's also this growing self-confidence where, they don't care. English doesn't matter. Hindi doesn't matter. In that same food story, I think you spoke of a gentleman named Chef Pillai who became a superstar in Malayalam.
Yeah.
So tell me a bit about this melting pot of languages, and are we going to finally break down the fucking hierarchy which has English at the top of everything, and then, there's a ladder all the way down?
I think it could be a function of the fact that when so many of us moved to these aspirational cities to make something of our lives, we also realized that we were missing the languages that we grew up listening to. all around us. And this is something that I feel so strongly about. Every time I see a Punjabi meme, I will send it to like 5 or 6 people I know, and I realize there are fewer and fewer people who can speak that same language as me, or who speak it right now, even with their parents. And I also remember at one point just talking to some of these people and saying that let's just do screening of some Punjabi movies so that we can at least hear this language, around, because we get to hear so little of it. And this is not just us. I remember in 2018, I was in Mohali speaking to, one of the co-founders of Speed Records, and him saying that, his kid would just not speak in Punjabi, and this is Mohali we are talking about. So I think there is more and more realization, at least in people in our generation and slightly older, and then it's percolating down to, I think, some of the younger folks as well, who now realize that just like with the stories that, people who are 50 and beyond will take with them to their graves if they're not told and chronicled now, the same is going to happen with their languages. I feel this very strongly, that, because I never could find that sort of a comfort in speaking in Punjabi or learning how to write Punjabi properly, or Urdu for that matter, which my grandfather knew, that these languages will die with them. I will not have, I'll not basically find that set of people to talk to in that language anymore. And I think more and more people, at least my age, are now acutely aware of that. And so are sort of, seeking stories in that language so that they can retain some of it. I was at this Versova homage screening VHS, which is an initiative by my good friend Balram Vishwakarma and 2 of his friends, and they select some of these sort of beautiful independent cinema from the last decade or so, and they screened Chaitanya Tamhane's The Disciple 2 days ago, and somebody asked him, this is a story that basically could have traveled, farther if it were not in Marathi, then, why that choice? And then he said that, in that, it just made sense to me in that setting to have it in Marathi. And also because I am, that is my sort of native language, and, it just comes naturally to me, and it just made so much sense. I like that, people are sort of making those conscious calls right now to even tell stories in their native languages, which probably explains the reason that there is an audience for stage. Because sure, not in droves, not in huge numbers, but there are people who are now realizing that, their own language, it wasn't just about a language, it was also about stories of the people around them who spoke that language, and how consuming something in that language also brings them back to those roots. And that is something that, we secretly crave for more and more now that we have been uprooted from, our sort of bases for so long. And that could be the reason that, we've become so comfortable sort of coexisting in these two sort of language spheres, where we understand that there's one language which is important for our aspirations, and then there's one language which is important for us to not forget our roots. And that is how I make sense of it. And I'm really relieved that, there are more people who care about languages and their own language now, and trying to sort of preserve it.
And I guess this would be part of the reason that you regret not recording your Dadaji's voice.
Yeah.
Because it's not just him telling stories, but it is a language, it is a flavor, it is a whole world.
Yeah. It is also the pace that Bauji would talk in, right? Which you would not find right now, because the Therav that people from that era had is something that we severely lack.
Is Therav a question of an era, or is Therav also to do with the person one is, or the journey one makes? Is that Therav in you?
There is some now to an extent, but there wasn't until a few years ago. I think Therav comes from having lived life, and it depends on how much life can happen to you. Like if life happens to you at its own pace, then maybe, by the time you're 60 or 80, you'll have that Therav, which I believe that people from that generation did by virtue of having faced life. And if you're made to face it early on, and, in sort of like, too much life has been faced in too little time, then I think that also brings Therav. So yeah, you're right. I don't think it's a function of age alone. I think it's a function of age plus experiences.
And were you always given to this sort of what I think of as almost out of the body self reflection, where you can almost step out of yourself and look at yourself and all of that? Is that something that's happened more over time, or were you always given to that? Because I imagine at one level, there's a certain gaze that you're turning on the subjects of all of your story. And that is a gaze that is coming from a higher level, that is looking at them very objectively or whatever. But in general, even for those of us who are journalists or have, written about people or things, it is very hard to apply that gaze to yourself. So, what has been your journey with self reflection? Like today, when you look back on your teenagers and you talk about your travels and you talk about getting your values perhaps from the Mahabharata and all that, how much of that is hindsight? How much of the shaping of yourself is consciously by you rather than just what is happening? And how much has that proportion changed as you have grown older?
Yeah, I think so. In the present, while one was exercising their values or sticking to them, I think it was very ingrained, because I think my mother, is someone who has like a high value system. And I remember for the longest time, I would say everything that is good about me is because of my mother, because she's an exceptionally wonderful human being. And also because she was an exceptionally wonderful human being, she would also talk about the sort of the things that had impressed her over the years, right? So she would constantly talk about my bauji, my nana, and how he would say things like, कोई अच्छा करता है अपने लिए करता है, बुरा करता है अपने लिए करता है, उसका उसके आगे आएगा, तुम अपना काम करो. And I think right from a very young age, she would basically say हमारे बाबूजी कहा करते हैं. Now it's become हमारे बाबूजी कहा करते थे. So there is that distinction, but I think therefore at any given point, I think one was always aware that one has to do the right thing, and that cognizance was there even in my teens, in my 20s. And also therefore the guilt, if you've not done the right thing, it would weigh really heavily on me. But I think this out of body experience, Amit, because I only started therapy post October 2018, which is when the Indian Me Too movement happened, and I severed ties with some of my problematic male friends and also called some of them out, etc. So that is what pushed me into therapy. And so maybe not at that time, but after that, like I did that for about a year, and after that discontinued it. And then during and post the second wave of the pandemic, the news was really affecting me. Everything around me, I think that was happening, and we were also kind of at the forefront of it. So I remember, asking my friend Nikhil Taneja, who's been on one of your podcasts. So he recommended a therapist to me who basically also understood that this is a real problem, that, the news can affect you, especially if you're a journalist. In that, that season of therapy is when I would get a lot of, how did your body feel about this? And I think that trained me into understanding how to read my body. So this whole out of body experience is something, or just basically being a spectator to your own life, is something which is very new to me. And I think it's very healthy for me, and I really enjoy it. It also makes you take yourself a little less sort of seriously, but also be sort of aware of what is important for your self-preservation at the same time. And that's, like I said, right? I've told you about a particular sort of legal matter that I was involved in at 1.2 years ago. And I think after that, a lot of changes happened in my life, which really forced me into thinking about how my body is feeling about a certain situation and in a certain situation. And it's beautiful, that understanding of your body. And once you start reading your body's signs, to be able to understand where I think our bodies have always been good at detecting danger, but our minds have not been very good at reading our bodies. So once that match starts to happen is when you kind of get into a much better place of understanding yourself. And like you said, right, this whole out of body awareness that comes very naturally then.
In one of your great pieces, you've written about how wedding reels have changed how weddings are being conducted. Because, shooting ho raha hai and the groom is told, oh, you got to look sad now when the bride is entering and blah, blah, blah. And their whole behavior changes because there's a gaze of the camera on them. And I think, in a sense, the complete opposite of this is your own gaze being on you, in the sense that you speak about being a spectator in your own life and all of that. So, how has that changed sort of the quality of your life, the fact that you're a spectator? And can you, like, when you say listening to the signs of your body, like, in what sense? What are the signs that tell you something is wrong, that, maybe someone listening to this might, get an epiphany from that, yeah, I can't ignore this.
Yeah, I'll tell you two instances, Amit, and because they kind of surprised me, and then when I tried to make sense of it is when I realized, with the help of another friend whom I was narrating this to, that I'm actually just like observing things that are happening to me, as opposed to, sort of, often being the active person, taking those actions. Last year, around September, we were in Srinagar, two journo friends of mine and me, and we were in Pahalgaon, and we were taking that sort of trek, and there were these mules that we had kind of hopped on, and then it was obviously a rocky terrain. The mule that I was on was a novice, and so had to be supervised. The other two were just, basically following me, and I was ahead because there has to be a guy who had to kind of man this mule. At one point, he or she started moving towards the khai.
The mule.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it happened so fast that, anyway, like that you couldn't, like, this guy couldn't, like, hold him back from going there. And he just, or maybe he was just like, I think he was a bit distracted in that moment, and this guy just started going towards the khai. And at the last point, basically, from, like, basically he just, like, sort of reined him in before he tipped over. And not only did I not make a single sound, I did not move. I did not, like how sometimes you feel this, like, nervous energy, and your body is feeling something, like you have some, like, some, like, pit in the stomach, or not in the stomach, or, like, this in the chest. I had none of that. I was just watching it. I was just watching everything unfold in front of me. My two friends screamed at the top of their lungs. They were like, "Kya kar rahe ho? Hamari friend ka dhyan rakho," and everything, which was also very heartening that they had got my back. But because of the pitch at which they screamed, I realized the gravity of the situation, that I could have died. Or, matlab, worst case, like, haddi viddi toot jati puri tarah se. Not sure which one is worst, actually. I was just not, for the life of me, able to understand why I had no reaction to it. Obviously, like I said, right, I think there was also a part of me that had just gone through so much, in on the internet by then, that I felt that maybe, I've just subdued my reactions so much that nothing really seems to hit you anymore. Nothing surprises you anymore. But I think, I was discussing this with a friend, who said that, you also realize that if you had actually so much as made even a single movement, it would have agitated the mule even more, and maybe there wouldn't have been any time for the guy to actually help, pull him back, which is true. I was basically, even in not reacting, I was looking out for myself, or like my body was. Maybe my body somehow knew that you need to stay calm right now. You don't need to do anything. My brain was not working. I was not thinking in that moment, but it was just a very surreal moment. And till date, I can only guess what happened or why there was no reaction. That is one instance. The second is, that happened this January, where basically a bunch of us girlfriends were out, we were doing a staycation somewhere in Lonavala, and basically there were a few boys in the next villa who came uninvited into our villa. There was some miscommunication, and seemed drunk, obviously. And then, bunch of the girls just froze, and, some went inside, and some just like were very like awkwardly saying hello to them. And then when they looked at me, I just looked one of them in the eye, and I said, "I think you did not hear us properly. We told you this is a private party and you have to leave immediately." And there was some back and forth that happened, but I stood firm on I stood the ground, and I said, "You have to leave now." And I looked them in the eye. I didn't look away. Now, this is also something that is very new to me because, someone who's sort of like grown up in Haryana and studied in Kurukshetra University and, just sort of dealt with like, a lot of, these kind of situations in the past, your instinct is to run away. If not run away, then avoid eye contact at every point. You just want to, because that's your way of avoiding the situation altogether. The fact that I was facing it head on was something very new to me. And I think that's another thing basically that has changed, post this, defamation case that I had to deal with, which now doesn't exist. But because of that, I think every experience that I went through on the internet as a result of that, being sort of verbally attacked, verbally threatened, and then, sent all sorts of like, graphic images and threats, and my picture morphed onto all sorts of things. I think that, at one level it's dehumanizing, but at another level, I think it also somehow prepared me to face dangers in a very weird way, where I was just like, okay, at the most, you're going to try to harm me, right? I already know that. I've already preempted that. And it's also one of those things, right? Kisi ko itna bhi mat darao ki dar khatam ho jaye.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. At this point, I was, I'm just sort of guessing it could be one of these many things. But because of that, what has happened is that I have become very okay having confrontations. I do not shy away from, having a confrontational conversation with people. I am not a people pleaser anymore. I also know that, sometimes your body has this need to be, that you as a person are liked by the other person. And that's where like, signs, reading the signs of your body sort of comes into play, where my body now tells me, chill, I don't care about this. I don't care that you as a person are liked by this other person anymore. And that is just so freeing. Like, I remember, because of this, case, because I never publicly addressed it, and now I feel like there is no need to, I would find out that, there were people who basically on the right side of history who knew about it and somehow found it okay to actually enjoy it and relish in the fact that this was happening, as opposed to checking on me and asking, hey, is everything okay? Or I hope everything is okay. I know that for a fact that the older version of me would have actually tried to make an attempt to make them see the human in me and not the version that they are either insecure of or jealous of for whatever reason. But this version of me, because this body is now just so secure in its own existence, does not give a damn. And a lot of this awareness is very physical and not mental. Because I know the mind is very conflicted, still saying, yeah, but this is not who you are. You want to be liked by people. So what happened there? But the body is just somehow stopped giving a rat's ass. And that is very new. And I'm still figuring it out. I'm still figuring out what that means. But it's very liberating. It's very freeing when, when your body tells you that it doesn't need validation from anyone anymore. Oh. It's, yeah, it's, body over mind in some cases.
Tell me about the case.
I can tell you about how I wasn't surprised by some of it. And then some of it made me go, oh, okay, this is, going to get ugly. But I can tell you how it changed me as a person. And I also want to, before that, tell you about the lawyer that I had to hire for it.
First, for the listeners, just give a gist without taking names, obviously, but just give a gist of what happened.
Yeah, so basically I wrote a piece that was critical of a certain practice in creator economy, and it took, a creator as an example. And, that's the sort of broad structure of it. And then it, basically, there was one defamation case, and then there was another defamation case, which was, made communal because to sort of, suit play to the gallery, and the gallery played well. That happened, and I was honestly initially taken aback that narrative was being bought, but I think that also taught me that, it's not something that you should be surprised by, because people are actually looking to the whole algorithm thing, right? Whatever is being fed to you, you want to believe it because it, it confirms your biases, and don't want to question it. And that is why I want people to do their thinking instead of, being just accepting of whatever is being recommended to them. Because where does it stop, right? It starts with your app and then it goes into the content and the news that you're watching. So I think that happened, and I think I genuinely did not think that it would be communalized to the extent that it did. But what happened as a result of that is that I was able to understand a lot of things very quickly. So, for instance, just the fact that I had been, sort of a business journalist all this while and, did not know many lawyers. There was this one Whitehead Jr. case that had happened a few years before that, and because I was reporting on tech at the time as well, and Whitehead Jr. was as tech as it gets, so I was reporting on it. And so there was this the lawyer who was defending Pradeep Punya, who was the whistleblower in that case. There was something that she had said which stayed with me, and I wanted to sort of confirm the quote with her before it went to print, and that's how I had her number. And so when this entire thing was unraveling, there was nobody else that I kind of knew and could turn to. And I just asked her, and then her name is Swati Sukumar, by the way, and she's based in Delhi. And I asked her, and she readily came on board. And not only did she do that, Amit, within a day she was able to sort of get some sort of a protective order, in my favor. And we had no time, between when things started to sort of, when, shit hit the fan to the point that, she was able to get this order. We had no time to discuss the monies. And so after things were over, and, I wasn't even here, I was not in the country at the time when all of this happened. So when I came back, we spoke, we collected notes, and then I said, by the way, your fee. And then she goes, I never had the chance to sort of talk about it, but I'm sure somebody from my, office has already sent you an invoice. Are you okay with it? And then I told her, listen, you were able to help me, and that too at such a short notice. I really don't want to haggle with you, but for future, because this is going to go on, this is how much I make in hand. And so, what their invoice had asked for was maybe 15% extra compared to the in hand 1 month salary that I used to make at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Amit, she said, okay, just forget about that mail. I'll send you a revised invoice. Just forget about it. And I thought, okay, maybe she'll give me a concession and she'll just basically charge me, whatever it is that I make in hand in a month. When the mail came, it was actually 15% lesser than what I made in hand. And, after that, there were multiple hearings over the last 2 years, and she never asked for money. After that, when, the plaintiff withdrew the case recently, and I asked her and her assistant, to basically tell me, what's the fee now that I can pay. They still haven't sent me an invoice. And I just wanted to talk about her right now because, for anyone out there, especially journalists who are just like me, who don't know the right people in a world that they have, been pushed into, you'll somehow, you'll figure things out, or things will get figured out for you sooner or later, because there are people like Swati Sukumar who still exist. Yeah, I think now that, while it's not a story that I have written, is incredible. So that's about, my lawyer. I think how this has changed me, besides sort of not, caring about what people think about me, but because when you have like 1 million people baying for your blood, you really cannot.
And there were actual real life mobs, essentially, which, you were in danger from.
I had to go to the police station to file an FIR against 2 very specific threats, which was a beautiful experience in hindsight again, because, they asked me to get a printout of some of these things, because they said that, you can't take a printout in the police station. And so I went to the nearby, stationery shop to get a printout. And there are these graphic images over there, right? Of, I don't know how, how sort of family friendly this podcast is. So I'm just going to avoid the details.
It's you can be as detailed as you want.
There were basically three men in the nude with their dicks out. And I think the connotation there, I think the caption was, basically you would have to resort to prostitution to sort of, pay up this. There's also, I think they had this whole concept that I have already lost a case that hadn't even gone into trial, because obviously they didn't read, right? They were just like, they just fed on whatever was served to them. So it came from very little understanding, a lot of malice, and, basically this whole idea that basically showing me a dick pic is something that is going to put me off, as opposed to whatever it is that it should otherwise be doing, which is making me want to laugh. But I did laugh internally only when I was at that stationery shop getting a printout of that, and basically that entire picture loaded on their screen, and there were other people around who were just looking at it. And I'm just like, okay, at some point this will be funny. Today is the day it feels funny.
Today is funny. Like, so, I don't even know where to begin talking about this, because it's just absolutely horrendous. And I've experienced very minor level internet cancellations and mobs coming after you, and from both the left and the right. And I've, been privy to how they kind of coordinate on WhatsApp groups, and how you'll get like 2,000 angry retweets in an hour and all of that. And it's pretty terrible. And it's like, I think 100x worse for women because of the kind of things that are said and the kind of threats that are made. And it's just horrendous. But what I can't wrap my head around is, where does all the anger come from? Why are people so willing to join a mob to go after someone they do not know on an issue that they have no knowledge of, no desire to know? Like, why? It's and that kind of troubles me. So, what are the theories on that? Why? Like, when I've been mobbed in the past, including by people who, if they met me otherwise, would be perfectly civil. But suddenly there's an online mob and they're jumping in gleefully, saying things I would never say to you in person.
Yeah.
Right? And I've just been baffled by that. I can't understand, where is it coming from? Like, what happened to you?
So I'll tell you what, basically something that I did during that time, which got me thinking this is a great story idea to basically work on at some point, which is just understanding how ill-equipped platforms are at shielding you from all of this, right? Which was probably the only time that I felt like, okay, Instagram is my new best friend, because Instagram actually hands down has the best settings to protect you from online mobs, and the threat factor remains, but at least it will not come into your DMs, or they won't be able to tag you. So that they've got some amazing settings. I think props to their team. I think they worked really hard on it compared to any other platform.
What are like the specific measures you have?
So there was I could change a setting whereby if I don't follow you, you can't tag me. And that just basically takes, first of all, making your account private takes just a whole sort of load off of your chest right away, right? Because you don't have to then censor yourself. You just basically shield, basically gatekeep your content. The tagging thing that I told you about. Then at one point, when I made my account public, I had made, in fact, my comments, I think the comment setting is still to, if I follow you, then you can comment. There's another person who told me that you can also make a setting whereby if they follow you, then, then they can comment. At least they'll have to follow you. So your follower count will go up for their vitriol. Then obviously, the DM setting, which is that if I don't follow you, then you can't DM me. A lot of this is actually, it was just very good for sort of, you didn't have to worry about that one platform at least. Twitter, you basically just, just thrown into that sort of bullfight, and, you've absolutely nothing to protect yourself, against what's coming at you. I obviously made my account private, but once I was away, right? I was out for my brother's wedding, in a different country and continent. So therefore you needed to kind of just block it all out. So I made my account private on Twitter as well. But once I came back, I realized that I have to share my stories, right? So I think also by, because you are someone who writes about the internet, it also feels like a disservice to your own stories if you can't sort of, use that medium to make sure that they travel far and wide. And so I, turned from private to public again. And that's when I, so I had got like some I think I had, at that point, it was probably the only time that I actually noticed how many followers I had. Usse pehle aur uske baad kabhi bhi I have not bothered about it. But I think my follower count went up to some 31,000 or something within a few days of this person directing their mob at me. And I started to sort of just like block all of those new followers that I had so that I could sort of manually count, and I brought it back to 21K or whatever it was back then. And then I lost count of like how many people's follow requests I had to, block after I made my account private. So I am guessing that there was an average of like 10 to 15 to 20,000 accounts that I manually blocked on Twitter at that time. And it was very like Will Smith in Pursuit of Happiness, like how he had figured out this mechanism with his fingers. I was literally like with my eyes closed, I was doing it at one point. And checking into flights, I was doing it. Waiting to board, I was doing this. So for a few days, I just kept doing this. Now I'll come to answering your question. I had to block a grand total of 4 people on LinkedIn. So roughly 16,000 to 20,000 to 4. And there was one thing common in all those 4 people. Their DP had open to work tag. And I think that tells you everything about this mob. And I think that, it doesn't make the process of dehumanizing you any less severe, but I think it also gives you a sense of, okay, please try and understand they are doing this because they want you to stop doing the work that you're doing. And so I think through this process, while, I have no qualms in admitting the fact that it did get to me, it was very traumatic. And, my therapist at the time had also diagnosed and said that you're dealing with systemic trauma because, there is an entire system that's working against you and you can't do much to control that and to change that. But even then, the fact that, I had this sort of resolve that I have to keep working, because I know some of the colleagues had said, I'm just surprised how you're continuously working still without even addressing any of this publicly. And I also felt, at a certain level, you also feel that, why are you doing this? Are you doing this for some reward at some point? Because there isn't any, because there's so many people who are suffering far worse, consequences of doing their job well. And there is no reward at the end of it. So don't think that there is glory at the end of it. So if you want to stop, you stop now. There would be so many times when I would tell myself, why do you have to kill yourself to do this? But I think now that I look back at some of all the stories that I did post, July 2022, I'm just so freaking proud of those stories because only I know what I was going through mentally and how my timeline was buzzing for months on end after that. Especially sometimes on the day that I would have to file, 1,000 to 1,600 word story. And yet, I was somehow able to find it in myself to be able to write. So I think on those, it also, I think, helps a part of you that, will always remain in self-doubt, no matter how many years of writing and reporting experience you get under your belt. I think it's good for that part of you to be reminded that you were able to write a very good story when you were going through all of this. Trust me, you're better than this. You will overcome this. So I think in moments of, in those weak moments, which we all should have as human beings, I think, it helps to know that, that the part of you that was, able to deal with the, real life crisis in your personal life is also shown sort of exemplary behavior when, a similar sort of, a very different kind of crisis, was meted out or, was basically thrown at you in your professional life. And I think, I think after my, everything that my mother had to go through and being her caregiver during that time, after that, if there was something that was life-changing for me, it was everything that happened after this case and how I changed after this case. To the point that, like I told you right before, we started recording, I was so comfortable sort of sharing my vulnerabilities with the public, in a public platform, on a public platform before July 2022. But after that, it just, at one point, it just, you there wasn't just one reason for not wanting to share it. There were multiple, and they do exist even today, and maybe they will for a while. But I think one of the reasons I wanted to still sort of address it, sure, maybe, is because it's the truth. And at some point you have to, like people say, right, sometimes when you actually own your truth, it's also freeing in some ways. So I don't know whether this is going to lead to any sort of liberation from everything, and whether it'll help in the process of healing. But I think, Amit, I'm tired of staying quiet now. And I think, at some point you just sort of have to acknowledge the fact that it did affect you, and it, cliche as it may be, it didn't kill you. So from what it looks like, I think it has only made me stronger.
Like at one level you said that at one point you were wondering whether you should go out there and explain yourself, and I totally get that dilemma, because at one level, to people like us, it is obvious that there is nothing to explain. The story speaks for itself. And at another level, there is nothing you can explain to those people, right? So I mean, that is pointless anyway. But when I wonder about when you speak about speaking out, does that therefore involve taking on the larger issue in the picture? Like, the issue is not this person.
Correct.
The issue is not.
It never was.
It never was this person. It never was this particular mob. The issue is what you spoke about in your original article, and the issue is a malaise that grips our country today, and which is very much a social malaise.
Yes.
So, give me your specific thoughts on that, because what you would, in all the coverage that you would have done of popular culture, of Instagram or whatever, somewhere in the background there is also that this is what a large part of the audience is like. And when creators care about audience, and when creators think of being supplied to whatever demand is out there, it is also this demand that is getting fulfilled. This is, whether we like it or not, the zeitgeist, as it were. This is the spirit of the moment. This is the country we are in, right? So how does that make you look at your work differently, and how does it make you look at what you cover differently? Like, what can one do? What can a journalist, like, is that a question you ask yourself, that what are the kind of stories I should be doing? That at one level you could do a story about the creator economy, and okay, 12% of the people are earning more than this, and that's a legitimate kind of story, and you're looking at that. But at another level, there is a cancer in our society, and the creator economy obviously speaks to that as well. So how do you think about all of this? Because in a sense, you've been sort of a feature writer from the whatever I followed of your work, and a fantastic feature writer. I mean, when I was thinking about this episode, the closest parallel I could draw is that this is like doing an episode with Santosh Desai, in terms of the quality of insights and what you cover. But at another level, you can't really decouple it from everything else, can you? So what are your thoughts on that?
Wow. I think that is one of the reasons that I continue to write about what I write about, right? Because it is a malaise that needs to be addressed, at least that needs to sort of be told that, it exists amidst us. We need to sit up and take note. Can't even say before it's too late, because it is too late already. And I noticed that, after I wrote the story that I wrote, on that particular specific topic, right, of basically, at a certain level, basically bringing a lens of, making your life public, for public consumption and for monetary gains. But what is it doing to the people in your life who are being sort of featured, in that content? The US ever since then has done multiple stories on just this very topic. There is a particular journalist, I think her name is Fortessa Latif. I could be wrong. But she has done a series of these articles. I'm actually going to tell you, send you a link, and
I'll
you can probably
link
link them in the notes. Yeah, because it's a very important series that she did on just this particular topic. So I see basically the awareness amongst journalists, and even other sort of content creators who do enjoy a certain kind of reach now, where they understand that it is important to talk about it. It's important to talk about the impact of, like when you use the term a content creator, it has a very, people take it very lightly, but and even the term influencer has been sort of bandied about so much that it's kind of lost the heft that actually it should have carried. These are people who who have a following in millions, and sure, you think of it in a very light way that okay, they'll be used to sell soaps and shampoos, but they are the ones who are selling ideas at this point, and they're not the ones who are basically pitching these ideas to corporates in their boardrooms. They're actually propagating these ideas to somebody who had very little who has very little exposure to the real world, and has got their Black Mirror, affordable Black Mirror basically at their disposal. And it is so important to basically talk about the responsibility that kind of following brings with itself. And therefore, the way I see my work is that, like I said, right, in the past when we were discussing just the responsibilities as a journalist right now, is that you just need to sort of keep doing it, because the fact that it was resisted so much, it got so much resistance, means that it was important. It was something that people didn't want to be said. And therefore, you need to keep saying it. You need to find different ways of saying it because it's important.
And it was probably having some effect, because if it wasn't, then why would they even bother?
Yeah, and I think after that, a lot more people, like I said, started talking about it, right? Language is also powerful. It just like gives you that way to articulate, okay, this is what's wrong. I was feeling something is off about this, but this is what it is. So you've seen in recent times as well, people have, sort of called out this behavior in other people as well. And, so now there is an awareness of what is objectionable behavior and what is objectionable behavior that definitely should not be, put out for a large public to consume. And therefore, the one thing that I can tell you, Amit, is that, I know it's easier to say it now, but I said it to my therapist back then, and, I'm sure to you in DMs at some point. I think whatever happened just made my resolve to pursue, to continue to stick to journalism even stronger. Because, one had done incredible things, one thought, for the first 5 years of journalism. And then for the next 5 years, one was trying to figure out how to sort of, do meaningful journalism that makes an impact and makes people think. And this felt like, okay, you were doing something that, basically, was sort of unsettling to people who had a certain kind of power. And, therefore, now more than ever, you have to continue doing it.
The point you made about, that's a lovely phrase, affordable Black Mirror, because, it's something that people from our vantage point don't realize how constricting they can be. We think of them as liberating. They open the world to us, but they can also be constricting in the sense that a thought experiment I like to think of is, you've got a 15-year-old kid in a small town, and he gets his affordable Black Mirror, and somebody sends him a link, and he opens a link, and it's some random YouTube video ranting about something or the other, and then the algorithm takes over, and that is his whole life, and that is a whole world, and everything else is a lie. And he's stuck in that echo chamber for the rest of his life. And it's not even his fault, right? So there's a part dependence to all of this, and therefore all of it matters. Like, tell me a little bit about your insight into the creator economy and the influencer economy, because the way I would imagine it would evolve is that in the beginning it's a wild west, and there's no sense of values or ethics, and everybody's like, race to the bottom, everybody's trying to go for the lowest common denominator, and etc., etc. And then gradually a mature ecosystem evolves. There are conventions of behaving, and all this can maybe take years, if not decades or whatever, but it happens kind of gradually. But meanwhile, the explosion of content and of the creator economy, as it were, is far from gradual. It's exploded massively. And when I was a kid, I used to think, yaar, ye celebrity endorsement, what is this BS? Doesn't work. Why should I buy a car because Shah Rukh Khan has it? I mean, that's a reason to not buy it. But then over time, and 10 years ago, I would have said I have the same attitude towards influencers. Like, isn't it a waste of money? Today, I realized that it's a complete opposite. It is so incredibly powerful. I've done episodes with Luke Burgess on mimetic desire and all of that, where the basic theory is everything that we want is because somebody else wants it.
Yeah.
And there are very few deep desires that we have. And therefore, the power that influencers have scares the hell out of me.
Yes.
And at one level, it is a power of an influencer pushing, a crypto scam or pushing a homeopathic nonsense or whatever, where they are simply being irresponsible, but at the end of the day, caveat emptor, But on the other hand, what is far more worrying is pushing these kinds of narratives, and I don't really want to get too specific because we don't want to talk about these people, but pushing these kind of toxic narratives that have a larger effect out there. And I've just seen plenty of this content. If you enter the right wing rabbit
Yeah, because you
holes,
said, right, you have this one YouTube which is not like
there are
algorithm run.
there are videos abusing Maulana Modi because he's not right wing enough, because he hasn't changed the syllabus. Where is the syllabus? He promised to change the syllabus and he's let the Hindus down, and this was years ago. It's gotten far more rabid now.
Of course.
And it's and there is, of course, in all of these social media sort of an incentive to go towards the extremes. So give me a sense of that ecosystem. Like, how is it evolving? What's really going on there? Like, from various of your pieces, I've got figures like there are 7,000 mega influencers who have more than 1 million followers.
Yeah.
112,000 creators make over 1 lakh of the month, which is 12% of the total content creators. And for many of them, it's like a side hustle. Like 73% of them work more than 10 hours a week. And these were really interesting figures, which gave me, different sharp insights. But give me an overall picture of how is the ecosystem evolving? How do creators kind of see themselves? Is there a professionalization happening within the thing? Is there a sense that there are certain bounds of behavior that we should not kind of cross? Like, the government can't legislate this behavior. No one can legislate this behavior. You can't really set rules against it. How this ecosystem has to sort itself out is through social pressure and social opprobrium, and society itself, the incentives coming from there, so that people don't behave in too crass a manner because, hey, they also care about what people think and they don't want to go too far. So what is your sense of the evolution? Are we still in that first wild west phase where nobody gives a damn and I'll take a lakh and I'll promote any damn thing? Is it still in that phase where religion and communalism is still a drought? Give me a sense of what it's like.
So, it exploded during the pandemic. So there was a very sort of external, force that basically led to the explosion of creator economy. It wouldn't have had happened at this scale and this fast had it not been for the pandemic and us sort of, being cooped up inside our homes, and some people making the most of it by creating content and most others by consuming content.
So this was a pandemic and this was a virus.
I mean, it had already it was already inserted into our systems way before the pandemic.
Yeah, of course.
I've also been now tracking what is called the creator economy since the days of AIB and TAVF. So, those people were also, content creators at the time, but it was just like there were fewer of them, and there's mostly stand-up comedians / content creators. Then you had basically like, a different sort of breed of entertainers that came in who were specializing in the 15-second format, which is TikTok. And then the pandemic happened, and then obviously fame became accessible to people through TikTok in India, and that changed this game a fair bit. Then you had TikTok getting banned, then you had at least a dozen alternatives coming up, and then you had people throwing money at creators to be able to have exclusive tie-ups for their apps. So money came in, in droves at once. But very soon people realized that it doesn't stay. And it is that one-time check that you'd get, but after that, to sustain that kind of income just became an impossible task for so many. And so right now, right from people who are over 1 million to people who are in the 500K bracket to people who are upwards of 10,000, everybody is struggling with retention, with engagement. Everybody is caught up with their dashboards, and very few people are still able to sort of retain the joy that they got in creating this content, which also then brought monetization for them. There is again a very small percentage of them who consistently make a few lakhs a month, which is great money. But bear in mind that most of these people who are making a few lakhs a month already come from rich families. So, again, within them also, there's very few who are actually, rags to riches stories. So while this might be one of the most lucrative or the most lucrative career option that people, not just in India, but around the world see, what I have been sort of writing about for the last 4 to 5 years in the hope that it'll reach at least some more years, with time, is that very few people are able to consistently make a respectable amount of money, which is where your side hustle point sort of comes into play. And yet I think money is not directly connected to influence. Because, you can have a huge audience and still struggle to make money because for some or the other reason, the brands are not coming to collaborate with you. Maybe because, there are more creators coming up in the same field and they want to reach out to newer creators because they want to get a newer audience set. The brand's budget is tight, or, there's a change in their campaign, and therefore, they want to sort of look at a different category. Or the brand manager actually has sense and therefore does not want to align with a creator who is otherwise a very problematic creator. So there could be many reasons. The bottom line is it's very hard for you to sustainably make money off of ads, and that continues to be the chief source of income for most content creators. When I say most, it's above 90%. And then again, like I said, there are examples of people who are doing really well, but one has to look at the fact that 90% of those creators who are doing really well right now already came from affluent families. But to answer your question as to where it's at, it's not the wild, wild west anymore in many ways, because there's a lot of paperwork that happens now. There's a lot of contracts. There's a lot of agencies that have come up trying to streamline. So we're at stage 2 at this point. There have been government regulations and interventions also in many of these spheres, right? So I think in finance, SEBI had to intervene because it just really had snowballed and, got completely out of hand. Very recently, I think, the mental health regulatory body is also trying to sort of come in and create some rules, because there are a lot of quacks that have come up as mental health practitioners on Instagram especially. So you see that happening in India. You've seen that happen in the US, in Europe, even in China. You have these I think there are these rules that if you're a doctor and a lawyer and on Instagram, then you, and basically sort of, spewing gyan about your field on Instagram, then you need to, not Instagram, I mean their equivalent of the Instagram, then you need to have proof that, that you're a legitimate person belonging to this field. So these guidelines are coming in. I think, some of the new guidelines also hold the endorser responsible for whatever it is that they are, going to sort of be endorsing through collaborations. There are issues there, obviously, because, sometimes brands force you to not disclose that this is a paid partnership. So then it gets a bit murky. So the murkiness continues to stay in many ways. But the initial sort of high of suddenly sort of getting too many followers and getting a lot of attention and becoming, famous overnight, a lot of that has now diluted because there are a lot of creators that have come up, right? So when so many people are famous, who is really famous? It's just that. So when somebody says, oh, this is a creator with, like, there are so many times when I discovered these people that I've never heard of and they have over 1 million Instagram followers, and I'm not even surprised by the fact that I don't know them, because I don't expect myself to know 7,000 content creators and track them. Like, that is not what my beat requires me to do. I think it requires me to just look at larger trends. And so I tell myself not to feel the pressure of knowing how all 7,000 of them are doing, because they're just at such a tiny sliver of the entire creator universe, right? So imagine if that tiny sliver itself has, amassed so much of following. So, there is a very different problem that they face with earning, and there is a different problem that we face as observers and critics of that world, because of the number of views that they amass, because watching them is free. And so these are two very different sort of challenges that have come up. And because for a lot of these people, fame was something that they yearned for, which a lot of people do in general, and it became accessible through this route. What I think they don't many a times realize, because it's also something that has not come to them over time, or because they've not, like with celebrities, obviously you have an entourage telling you a lot of things, right, and shielding you from a lot of things, and therefore giving you a sense of that now you're a public figure. With a lot of these people, they revel in the fact that they are now famous and they are being spotted in public, but they don't want to sort of come to terms with the fact that also means that they need to act responsibly. So I think that conversation has now thankfully started happening over the last 2 years, that it's important for them to understand that there comes a responsibility with the kind of following that they amass. Those conversations have started to happen now, which I'm really glad about, because when I started, I was probably one of the first few people to say that these conversations need to happen, and then there were consequences of basically saying that. But I guess I guess someone had to start, right? So I'm glad at least I was able to do that. Maybe not now, but history will remember me kindly and say that at least you started this, and now it's become sort of more possible for people to actually ask of responsibility from content creators, because you cannot just get away by saying that we are entertainers when you have so many people following you, and you have to take the responsibility of what you are actually putting out there.
See, don't say things like history will remember me kindly. I object to that at multiple levels. First of all, you're still going on, right? So what history? You're still here. And secondly, history will remember nobody.
That is also true, actually.
What is there? So here's sort of my next question about the creator economy. And this at one level is very good. This is great, but is also discombobulating for someone like me, that in our time, there was one mainstream. And that was it. And obviously that meant that most artists make no money at all. And it's very top heavy, and you have to scale to be successful.
Yeah.
Today that has changed. You have all kinds of niches, and in India, every niche is also in absolute numbers pretty damn big, including thankfully the niche for long form podcasts. And there is, in a sense, a very restricted mainstream, if there is one at all. So
there
is no mainstream. So that whole Kevin Kelly thing of 1,000 true fans has happened.
Yeah.
And therefore, when you talk of 7,000 mega influencers with more than 1 million followers, the truth is I will also not know 6,998 of them.
Yeah.
And that's fine. And people from within these streams may not even know each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
And therefore, when the kids today are 50, they may not even have common cultural references, because they grew up with different algorithms in different worlds with different entertainers to look at and all of that. So what do you think about this world, and what do you think about the consequences of this world? And my bias is that, hey, may 1,000 flowers bloom. It's a huge net positive. Also, many more creators make money than before. So in that sense, I think it's great. But does there then also become a sort of a social disconnect where we don't have sort of common symbols or ways of talking to each other? I mean, what's your sense of this very diffused phenomenon?
I actually want to, because I realized that the whole dramatic history will remember me kindly. The moment you said it, I also realized, dude, this was a bit much and extra, as the younger generation says. But I actually took a second to think why I would say something so dramatic. And I think what makes sense to me is the fact that because I've not spoken about it in real time, and now that it's been so long, and I've still not been able to sort of process most of it because just haven't had the time. I think there is
By the way, I was kidding. But
No, but no, I
history
think
will remember you kindly. So
even like you said, right?
at least I will.
I think I do agree that history doesn't, history will basically not remember anyone. And I think also it goes against the whole view of taking yourself seriously, right? So I think I realize why I said it is because I am aware of the fact that it is something that I was not able to chronicle in real time as it was happening. And for various reasons, right? One of them being just like, trying to protect my family from the stress and effect that this would have caused. And because I was still trying to make sense of it. But the other part of me is also felt like, imagine if, tomorrow morning you wake up and everybody else around you has forgotten that the pandemic existed. And now you have to basically live with the collective trauma of something that went on just on your shoulders and nobody else remembers it. I have felt like that for 2 years. And therefore, a part of me feels that maybe at least, history will have some record of it, if not the current stream. So I think that's where this whole dramatic cliche came from. But
that's an incredible thought experiment, actually. Could be a great novel. Likho, have you ever wanted to write fiction and all that? Poetry you did mention, but
I have never wanted to write a book because I've just been so caught up with deadlines all my life, but also because now there is this realization it doesn't pay and rent is to be made. So
most things don't pay, and beyond a point, there are some things you have to do for love, no?
So I think once I get to that stage where rent is not a worry and, I can do something for love and I have something compelling. Like I remember I was, in Michigan, we were all there. Joyajit, who's an academician there at the University of Michigan. He had invited some of us there and, everybody had these great topics that they spoke about. I somehow, ended up talking about something that I had taken away from a bunch of my stories over the last few years, which made me realize how words are disappearing from our language, at least on the internet. And so it was basically just an amalgamation of 8 to 10 of the stories that I had done in the last few years. And I realized as a result of that we are using fewer and fewer words in our communication online. And I remember, somebody else who was a part of this cohort when we were going back, to the airport said that I think there is a book here. And maybe that is a book I am not opposed to writing because it's about language, it's about words, and it's about the internet. So I think it's, some of the best worlds that I care about. So I think that was the first time when someone said there is a book here where I was not opposed to the idea altogether. So maybe I'm getting there, at some point, maybe I will write a book.
Yeah, because I was just thinking that at one level, like, sure, you're doing the long form stories and that's great compared to your news reporter colleagues who might be doing much smaller stories.
Which is very hard, by the way, equally, if not more. I have immense respect for them.
Yeah. I mean, all forms, the good practitioners of all forms are great. They've mastered their craft, whatever that is. But don't you even feel that even within that freedom that the 1600 word form gives you, that you are always sort of like, it would be terrible for me because I would feel that I've just started getting into a story. I've just scratched the surface and, oh God, I got to file it and move on to something else. You feel like that?
I think for me, it feels like I just want some time, during take a break and just read all of my stories. Because, you pack so much in that 1 or 2 weeks when you're entering a different world and then, bringing it out for the rest of the world to make sense of. And then you move on to something next that you forget about that world very quickly. Sometimes it stays because, you're, it's part of the same beat. So you're able to sort of follow through. But otherwise, there's just so many fascinating worlds that, you just open one door to, and then after that, you just move to a different building altogether. Sometimes I feel like I want to come back to this building and see what's been happening here. To that effect, yes, I think there's definitely, I love reading books. So, I've never sort of been averse to writing one to that extent. Just going in depth into one world is, I think, one of the best things that you can do in life, right? But it's the reason I have not written a book so far. The reasons have been very logistic so far, Amit. It's just about the money and the time kind of aligning. So maybe if at some point it aligns, I'm not sort of averse to that idea. So, but yeah, coming back to your question, I wanted to explain my dramatic insertion at that point, but your question is very important, which is about the fickle nature of creator economy, which is absolutely true. You will see that the people that you were following during the pandemic are nowhere on your feed right now. You will see that the people that you were following a month ago are also nowhere on your feed right now, and that is something that hits them really hard. For you just keep on moving on to different creators who are putting out the same kind of entertaining content, but in basically just like different sort of outfits. By outfit I also mean like different sort of formats, but it's entertaining content ultimately. This is a profession where more and more people are now realizing that they have a very short window to make the most of their fame. And they all realize it's all very short-lived. So you'll see all the ones who had this vision have actually, then branched out to basically start their own line of products to, make sure that, they've built a distribution. Now they will use it for a consumer goods business. Some people have been doing courses. I'm not sure how well people's courses are working, though, in some cases, I know there are people who are making, 50 to 60% of their annual income just through courses. So
mine is probably 90%.
There you go. So it works. Then you basically have people who are making money, who are doing live streams because they realize that, while Instagram gave them instant sort of shot of recognition, but YouTube is where the money is, because YouTube gives you the maximum avenues to monetize your content. Instagram has only started that now, but on Instagram, you have to reach a certain, critical mass for you to be able to even ask people to subscribe, and then paid subscription happens. Otherwise, you're totally dependent on brands to collaborate with you. So, you'll see a lot of these people who are then moving from Instagram to YouTube, and then they realize the mercilessness of YouTube, where, on Instagram, there are certain things that give you the kind of engagement they do. And YouTube has a completely different algorithm. It has a completely different machinery that works sometimes in your favor, sometimes against you. It just figuring all of that out takes, some time and work. And you're constantly sort of working here, so the whole, like I said, right, the whole part of enjoying the process, very few people are able to do that because you're just constantly just obsessed with your dashboard. So it's other people who are doing the content thinking for them. After a point, you have a team that is basically thinking of the kind of content that you can do. So I've seen people sending these mails for interns where the requirements are that you have to think of like 6 to 7 ideas for these people. So many content creators now hire other content creators who are not as famous, who basically write real ideas for them, and they, jam together, and they get paid instead of getting highlighted as a collaborator, to just basically to keep that machine churning. So the fun part of this game, I think, is long gone. And, now it's serious business, and, it's extremely competitive because we just discussed the kind of numbers that are there. But the business is going to thrive because advertisers have figured out that there is, that this works for them. And, influencer marketing is something that works for most of them. But they also understand that people are following content now and not creators. And more people are following more and more content and are remembering fewer and fewer creators. So while the industry will reach a certain level of maturity real soon, the shape it will take is going to be more content driven and format driven than creator driven. And, you'll keep having newer and newer names that will come up and be relevant for a very short cycle. And that's how it's going to be.
So I have, I see two distinct sort of phenomena here, and one has to do with the larger question I'll ask you first. And the larger question is that to what extent does the kind of content coming out and the kind of direction that creators take, to what extent is it dependent on the accidents of what a platform chooses to do at a given point in time? So Instagram will do something, and then YouTube is going in one direction, and then they'll say no shorts, and they'll, prioritize shorts, and their algo will favor that. And, and then Reels will start determining the kind of people music make, because I think one of your columns was about, how musicians are now making music so it can be a hit on Reels, and that is what will make the song a hit. And what the picture that this paints is that a lot of this is accidental. Some platform will decide to do some freaking thing, tweak their algo a bit, and then all the creators have to jump because that's where their they have to follow that particular Pied Piper. And and constraints are good in creativity, but having said that, if you are just going from constraint to constraint and not getting a chance to discover who you are and to follow your heart and to all of that, I think there's a great danger there. And the second part of what I was going to say is that, like, personally, the philosophy that I have adopted for myself, possibly because I'm incapable of playing the particular creator game of, doing whatever it takes to maximize for the algo and doing the marketing and etc. etc. The game that I chose for myself is I'm going to follow Paul Graham's dictum, and I'm going to aim to be loved by a few and like instead of being liked by many, right? And that pays off for me because what I see in my case is that my numbers are really good in terms of audio podcasts, but they're obviously not, the YouTube superstars level with 1 million followers and all that. Obviously not. But the engagement is super deep.
Yeah.
My average session for a podcast, the last I checked on some particular app was like 40 minutes, which is like completely off the charts. Your YouTube typical channel would have 15 seconds, 20 seconds or whatever. And obviously people listen across sessions and all of that. And it's not just true of me, so it's not a humble brag in that sense. I think audio podcasting as a medium has this kind of immersion.
Oh,
and
this is my favorite podcast, so I can totally believe this.
Well, thank you for that. So, yeah, selection bias, because you are a listener. So, therefore, those are the two directions. Now, I really lucked out that I managed to find a sustainable way of making money out of this, and that's not necessarily the case. So I didn't have to go out there and say, okay, I got to optimize for the algo. What is the algo? Should I really do 7-hour episodes? Should I really, initially when I began, I thought 15 minute karenge, hook them in the first 15 seconds, etc., which for audio podcasting is completely wrong. But I can imagine that if I was dependent on this for my income, I would basically not be who I am. I think I'd just have given up podcasting, frankly, right? I had the good fortune to luck out and to be able to just do what I do. Now, I don't know whether I am a complete outlier or whether, because I think in the long run for any creator, you've got to find that space where you are comfortable, where you're doing things you love, which need not be as off the wall as 8-hour podcast, but be in a space that you love, not chase the numbers and the algo, and eventually, have faith that a loyal audience will form around you, that they'll be willing to pay for your content and support you, and etc., etc. And that is the hope. So that is my romantic vision, that a good product is the best marketing, what I would like to see good creators do, and all the creators that I follow. The people I followed last month, I follow them today, I followed them 2 years ago, I'll keep following them because I'm following them for who they are and what they bring to the table. However, I am neither the typical viewer nor am I the typical creator.
Yeah.
So what is your sense of all of this? Like, if there are confused creators listening to this, how should they approach it? Assuming that they don't have the good fortune that I had to kind of luck into an audience, and for whatever reasons it worked for me. But so I don't have to think about the monetary aspect of it, but assuming that there's a creator out there who's saying, ki, boss, I'm starting from a pure place. I want to experiment. I want to find myself. I don't want to constantly all the time try to second guess what people want and, turn myself inside out to give that to them.
Yeah.
But I also want to be sustainable. I also need to make my rent. How do I approach this?
Yeah, see, the thing is, when sustainability is an issue, I have noticed this in creators over the years that they automatically get wired into, they don't even, it's very unconscious when it happens that, okay, I'll stop doing this and then I'll get brand deals. Like, I hear them saying things like that I think they don't hear themselves out loud when they're saying it. It just becomes hardwired into you to basically then start to be okay with being a slave to the algorithm and its changes. And again, it started off as something which is, a creative pursuit where, you have a certain skill and you are able to sort of hold people's attention for 15 seconds. It was fun. But then, it became very mechanical. And now it's at that mechanical stage. And people who are still able to sort of find joy in that are the ones who are able to go on and thrive. I am not sure for how long. And so, like I said, right, I'm bullish on the industry thriving and content thriving and this format sort of thriving. It seems to be working now unless something radical comes up. But not on creators being able to sustain this for a very long time, most of them. And you will sort of keep seeing a churn in the creators. So I think for someone who's starting off now, I think they need to be aware of the fact that there is so much competition in every field now. So a year and a half ago, financial influencers were like this rare breed that was making a lot of money. But then everybody figured out that finance is where the money is, and everybody started making finance content. And so now they have, so much competition that some of them have had to start consultancies, and then it gets into that tricky area of like, are you allowed to basically give financial advice and everything. So how do you monetize your content consistently is something that everyone is going to struggle with, and there will invariably be people who will have to either compromise on their ethics, on their values, on their principles, or sort of just move out and, basically like give in and say that, I can't do this. I need to find I'm not sure if I can say a stable job, because what is a stable job in these times? But maybe not something that is as volatile as this.
Yeah, it sounds almost paradoxical that content will thrive, but creators won't.
Yeah.
AI
Most creators won't. Yeah, there's AI as well, right? That is one thing that I completely sidestep, because I think I am still in that phase where I'm trying to make sure that I cover every aspect of the internet fucking up the humanity that I've not even gotten to AI yet. But yeah, with AI, things are just going to be even harder. I mean, AI is going to make things and is making things easier for a lot of creators as well, who are able to kind of use that, very diligently in very interesting ways. But
Such as?
there is this, startup entrepreneur, Varun Maya, and he does a lot of content which is entirely on AI, and he tells you about the different use cases of different software that has come up, and it's very interesting, it's very informative, it's very sort of to the point. I think he's actually become the go-to person for all things AI across Twitter and Instagram over the last few months. And he's also not someone who's I don't see the trappings of what entails or the trappings that I find in content creators, I don't see in him. So, and it seems that, he's got a sense of sort of how to go about sort of, having a business on the side while you're doing this. And there's this certain vision. So I think that is a good example of someone kind of using AI, in a more productive way, in a more positive way. Then there's obviously the use case of sort of finding an audience in a different language, right? That's the most basic one, I guess. But I was having this conversation with someone, and they said that it's not something that, it's not as effective as, one would have thought it would be. So I think that is something that I'm yet to explore. But I think, being able to sort of have your content churned out in different languages, I am hoping that that will have some sort of effect. But then if that were the case, then we would have seen examples of that in the US already, at least, and that hasn't happened. So clearly there is something that, the AI has not perfected yet, and thank God for that.
One day there'll be an AI version of you writing the stories on AI that you are not writing. That'll just serve you right.
I know, right? It's karma.
Yeah. What has happened recently, and you've been writing a lot about it, you've got a number of pieces about it, is is popular culture beginning to impact politics?
Yeah.
Like you've written about how these elections were really a YouTube election in a sense, while the previous elections were a WhatsApp elections. You've written about the use of memes in this election and, how effective they were. We've seen a lot of YouTubers, not just Ruvrati, but Abhisar Sharma and, and various other people I'd never heard of before the elections, doing enormously well and building audiences on their own while talking about politics. So give me a sense of how this has happened, because at one level you'd imagine that it was bound to happen sometime. But, in these elections, particularly technology, pop culture, etc., has really sort of come into play. So give me a sense of what this landscape is, and does it then pose a danger for the future as well?
Okay, I think I'll get to the danger part later, because that's a heavier question to address. But let me paint a picture of this landscape for you. This shift from 2014 elections being a Facebook election, and then 2019 being WhatsApp, and 2024 being YouTube, is a very natural progression, all thanks to the failure of television news shows, and add to that basically the stream of fake news and information that you saw everywhere. People needed to, like the likes of a Dhruv Rathi or an Abhisar, who's actually a journalist, but now very popular on YouTube as well. They needed to be on a medium where the debunking of fake news had to be public. And that is why it couldn't be in those, videos that were circulated via WhatsApp forwards 5 years ago. Now that we think back to it, it's a very natural progression that this moved to YouTube. People also, after a point, I think, realized, thankfully, that, television news was basically, not serving the purpose of news to them anymore. And then they went on YouTube. The only difference is that some of them went on the propaganda channels, while others went on the channels of people who were actually trying to present news and informed views to them, and instill some sort of critical thinking. What has happened as a result is that a lot of these times, and I believe you have also recently faced this, a lot of the people who have been critical of policies and politics, of certain parties, have had to face very technical sort of challenges that would sort of thwart them and obstruct their regular sort of workflow, which is exactly what all of this essentially is, right? To just basically get you so embroiled in these how do I say this, this bureaucracy of being on the internet, that you don't have the time and the bandwidth left to do the actual work. So one of the ways this happens is by someone putting a copyright strike on your channel because you've used a 40-second clip, saying that and then eventually basically your video getting demonetized because of that. Now, for somebody like you who does not depend on YouTube ad revenue for sustenance, this is no biggie and you'll just move on. But somebody who is expecting that, this the subscriber base that they've amassed after, sort of working so hard for so long, is going to pay their rent. And when that, video basically is rendered demonetized, it is also demoralizing. And therefore, it's kind of hard to sort of keep going on doing this when you have little to no monetary sort of motivation or reward coming on the other side of it. That's one thing that is happening. And yet I think I'm glad that, that more and more people are still choosing to do this and trying to find ways to kind of monetize through largely courses, I believe, because that is where you also get an engaged audience, that is willing to learn and know more, to also shell out money for it. So that seems to have emerged as one of the more sort of reliable ways for people to sort of make money consistently, because things like, a super chat, which is, someone sort of giving you a tip during a live stream, it's a very inconsistent, and, you can't sort of have any kind of targets on this because it really depends on who's going to come and watch you on that day. So that's not something that you can rely on for monies on a monthly basis. The one part, so basically how this happened, we've covered. It happened because somebody needed to counter fake news and they needed to do it in a more public space. And, what helped also is that, the fatigue that people face because of TV news is what brought people. So these people got an audience as well. The monetization is an issue, and monetization is also an issue, Amit, because of the supply and demand and the bidding that happens for digital ad inventory online. There are settings whereby you can actually just completely overlook an entire set of news based content or political content, and so the chances of them making money further reduce because of aspects like that, because some brands really don't want to associate or be seen next to content like that. So that is another reason, there is a lot of struggle in making money directly through ad revenue on YouTube. That is something that tends to happen. I think going forward, to address your danger bit, there these are, largely one person led channels. So while they may have like a tiny machinery working alongside them, they don't have the resources to cover the length and breadth of our country. So we need reporters to do that. And if the ad monies are, a large chunk of that is going on a platform away from publishers, then a lot of these YouTubers will also then struggle to find, the news that they want to sort of disseminate to a larger audience. So there are silver linings to this, because we have seen the impact of some of this YouTube journalism that has happened in this particular election. But it's also a scary world out there for journalism and journalists and across platforms. And I don't know what the future looks like, but I'm pretty sure it's not rosy.
I mean, the future always has unknown unknowns, which is why the next question is kinda unfair, because it's a question that I can't get a handle on answering. But if any of my guests so far can come close to answering it, it's probably you. So I'll take a shot anyway.
No pressure.
No pressure at all. Yeah, it's easy game. Yeah, you've tackled worse. So, so here's the deal. I look back at the paradigm of entertainment and journalism and content, as it were, in the 1990s, right? And I've spoken about this many times, so maybe you're familiar with it from listening to my show. But nevertheless, for those of my listeners who haven't, that you have a mainstream dominance, a means of production are with the mainstream. So, for example, if I want to write an article, I have to send it to a Times of India or a Hindustan Times, and they will pay me a pittance, and they will aggregate eyeballs, and they will sell those eyeballs to advertisers, and a tiny chunk of that goes to the creator. And it's kind of the same with television. You'll pitch a television show, you'll make a television show for a fee, and then your channel will get eyeballs, and they'll get advertisers, and that is the way it works. And the creator doesn't have the means of production, they can't build their own communities, and they can't monetize themselves from the viewers or the readers, as the case may be. Now, thankfully, every aspect of that has changed.
Yeah.
We have the means of production.
Yes.
We can publish stuff ourselves. These platforms allow us to distribute our content as well. And we can monetize directly from our consumers, like many of us do with courses and communities and Patreon and whatever. Many different areas are many different ways of coming up, and the friction of individuals supporting creators has diminished massively. So it's far more possible to find 1,000 true fans, or even 100 true fans, as it were. But there is a lag in terms of institutions adapting and changing accordingly. You still have the same institutional setups, largely with mainstream media houses and etc., etc. And the role of the advertiser in between is something that I can't figure out. Like, in the end game, in the new paradigm, I don't see where that role is. All creators will, like, I put out content, it is valued by the consumer, and we are making that journey. Maybe it takes 10 years, 20 years, but at the end of the day, like, if you spend 1 hour listening to an episode that I have put out, you are already paying for it. You're paying for it with your time, your attention, etc., opportunity cost. One day we will figure out ways to seamlessly transfer what you value to me directly without anything being in between. And what do advertisers do then, for example, is an interesting question. Like, in one of your recent pieces already, you wrote that they're constantly shifting the metrics. They realize the numbers alone don't matter, that some of them are, looking at the sales and looking at, the conversions happening. And that's fine. But over a period of time, I feel even that will be under threat. So I can't imagine that new paradigm. Something's got to come up. The old system is broken, but the old system is still there. It's still there.
It's broken but still working.
It's broken but still working in a weird
making
kind
that
of
racket.
And I feel we are only a small part of the way of the journey there. And I accept that the future is unknown unknowns, and there will be brilliant entrepreneurs, no doubt. Hopefully, some of them are listening to this, who will solve all the various problems on the way. But what does that world look like? Like, we have made it so normalized that if I am a creator, I am at somebody's mercy. This person whose mercy I am at is really an intermediary, and he's aggregating attention, and then he's selling it to advertisers, and that is one structure. And actually, that structure is not required. But no other structure has come in its place to really replace it. We get glimpses of it. I can't picture that future. And what is your sense?
See, in the US, you've had some publications thrive on the back of just pure play subscriptions, right? So, and Netflix has had a turnaround just recently. So there are these two success stories that we have. Advertising is changing, and the fact that the conversation about reducing dependence on advertisers has been going on for so long tells you that yeah, we are moving towards a world where more and more creators, publishers are going to find ways to reduce that dependency on advertisers. Advertisers themselves are struggling right now with with the way, basically, I mean, sure, Google was supposed to phase out their third party cookie tracking by the end of this year, which is not happening anytime soon again. But it will happen at some point because they have to abide by government regulations and so on and so forth. So advertisers themselves, like their own sort of future is in jeopardy at this point, and they are also trying to figure out how the changing regulations are going to make it harder for them to reach out to their audience. So I think reaching out to the audience is the struggle that everyone has, right? Publishers have that struggle, creators have that struggle, advertisers also have that struggle. So I guess the fears are the same. It's just the advertisers also have a budget to basically reach out to their audience. Creators have a structure that they need to align towards, and then maybe they will be able to reach out to the audience, probably at the cost of creative liberty. Publishers are the ones that have suffered the most in this entire sort of structure so far, and they are the ones, to be honest, that will continue to find it the hardest to sustain. And that is why you have for every sort of one content creator that goes into oblivion, there are 100,000 that come up in the world. But that is not the case with publishers. And so I think advertisers will find a way to reach out to their audience, and creators, more and more creators, will figure out it for some time. I'm more worried about the publishers at this point in this whole future of advertising game. And I also don't have an answer to that question, except to just say that, yeah, you're right. We're clearly moving towards a world where fewer and fewer entities want to depend on advertising, and advertisers themselves are struggling to find an audience to buy their products. That is what the world looks like. What Black Mirror episode this will turn into is something that I'll probably have to think about, and maybe then pitch to Netflix instead of discuss here.
That's the next phase of your life. And so
that's a thought.
I've taken a lot of your time today, and I actually want to talk about a bunch of more things, but this need not be your last appearance on the show. It is only your first, and I hope you will agree to be back at regular intervals so we can talk about culture and technology and all of the things that you cover so well. So a couple of sort of final questions, and my penultimate one is this: that I've got a lovely sense of your journey so far, where you're coming out from a small town and you are in search of the incredible. You discover journalism, which allows you to learn something new every day and allows you to search for the incredible, and that passion takes you forward into the journey, and here you are, and interesting things happen which you've described, and here you stand right now in 2024. What is your notion of your own self-actualization, in a sense? Or if I cut out the jargon and the big words, like, how do you want to live your life? Like, what do you want to do? What are the things that make you happy? What is the story that you're telling yourself about yourself right now? Like, so far, I'm guessing that the journey to some extent has been sustained by your natural curiosity and the dharma of just doing everything well with full interest and intention, and just those processes, just that way of living.
Yeah.
So is it sort of more of the same, or is there a sharpened focus to that, or what is that story you're telling yourself about yourself right now?
I'm just relieved to hear this question, because somebody else asked a version of this question to me just a few days ago, and normally you don't pay mind to it, but I actually sat down and I thought about it diligently. So I actually have a half decent answer for you, which is that Amit, so far, like how you rightly pointed out, right, my work has given me a lot of meaning and purpose. And I think, what I want from life is to be able to be in a position where I continue to do meaningful work. But at the same time, I think I've also been really grateful for the kind of people that I've got in this life. And I know for a fact that, when work, does well, you're just constantly concerned about, that being a consistent, like the nature of consistency is what sort of takes prime importance in that moment. But with people, it's not that, right? You kind of in the moment when there's joy and warmth that you feel with them, or at least for me, that's the thing that, I'm able to cherish that moment and, be more present in that moment and be more grateful for that moment than worrying about whether this is going to last. And I think I just want to, what I take away from that is that there is, especially in the last few years, right, when it's been tumultuous for me in multiple ways, there's just so many people in family and friend circle who've been there for me. I think I want to pay back and pay it forward as well. Maybe be there for, I think part of like, me talking about Swati or, just whatever I went through. I'm not sure if I mention at any point that I've been extremely exhausted in the last few years, but also at the same time, when I look back at the journey, there is a tiny part of me that feels like, wow, a human being is capable of, doing so much, when they put their mind to it. And, like you will figure this out, if something like this happens to you. So I hope, I'm able to kind of pay it forward as well in that way. I think more than anything else, I think what matters to me at this point, I think I have that clarity, is that I want a life, that has grace and integrity, Amit. It just, I think those two things are very important. So, to be able to have the strength to fight for your principles, to never be found in a situation where you have to compromise on your principles. And if such a situation arises, then you are able to sort of face the consequences of standing up for your principles. I think that is just very important to me. And I think the fact that I was able to do that in a tiny way in the last few years, again, gives me hope that no matter how much, the consequences, the real life consequences, of taking a stand for your principles scare you because you're only human. Ultimately, when you tell yourself, listen, no matter what, I am going to fight the good fight. I think that is something that I never want, to let go of. And I think a life lived with grace and integrity is a life well lived. There's nothing more than that I need in life. I'm just so extremely grateful for every experience that I've had and every person that I've, met in this life who's taught me something that something about life that is good or something about life that is avoidable. And there is immense gratitude for just being alive and looking forward to, the incredible that one may still find and the important that one must find and write about.
Beautiful words, very inspiring. So, the last question, the drill. From
recommendations, no?
Yeah, for me and my listeners, books, films, music you absolutely love.
Can I also recommend some of your podcast episodes that if they may not have,
Sure.
listened to? So I think because I really love this podcast, okay? So I think the episode with Shanta Gokhale, because I feel that, it is a very long episode. So if somebody by chance has not listened to that episode, please listen to it. The episode with Mrinal Pandey, please listen to it. The episode with Urvashi Batalia, please listen to it. The episode with Jerry Pinto, please listen to it. I really doubt there is a single listener of Seen Unseen who hasn't, but if there is, by chance, then please go and tune into that episode. It's the most beautiful episode ever. Quite a few others, basically friends who have featured here, and I don't want those biases to let in, so I think I'll just keep it to these people for now. In books, I think the one book that I think is essential reading for everyone across age group is Kim Ji-young, Born 1982, which is a Korean translation that you'll find everywhere. It's a bestseller, so it's very easy to source. Women should especially read it, but more than that, I think men should read it across age groups. So Kim Ji-young, Born 1982, please go and read that book. I think the second all-time favorite book is Rasidi Ticket, Amrita Pritam's, and you'll obviously find it in Punjabi. In Hindi, you'll also find an English translation. So please read that book. For anyone who still cares about journalism, maybe you should read Good Girls Revolt, which is about these women journalists from the Newsweek, right, who basically fought for their right to get a byline because they would not get bylines for the stories that they would do so much work for, like both research, secondary and primary reporting, and the men would get bylines.
So unpaid labor in office also.
Exactly, there you go. Yeah, so it was also turned into a mini series for Amazon Prime, but like most other things that go in this particular field, the book is better than the series. So please read Good Girls Revolt. Does it have to be 3? Can there be more?
No, as many as you want. We can go on.
Oh, actually, let's keep it to 3. I don't want to grow people's anti-library.
As many or as few as you want.
What are the other things I'm supposed to recommend?
Films, music, anything at all, whatever you feel like. Instagram Reels, TikTok videos.
Films, I think some of my all-time favorite movies, there is Jaagte Raho, Raj Kapoor's, and I think just the premise is just so soul-stirring, and I think especially for these days and age, I think some of these movies are important to kind of visit. I won't even say revisit, because it gives you a sense of who we are as people, and no matter how much the world changes, that I think that realization is very important, and that dhakka is very important that you get when you're watching that movie. So Jaagte Raho is an all-time favorite. Zakhm is a movie that's very close to my heart, but it's also a painful watch. Then I think I also love Grave of the Fireflies, which is this Ghibli Studio movie that I told you about initially. And I'm not sure if it's Ghibli Studio or Ghibli Studio.
Even I'm not sure. I just say Ghibli, but I don't know. Yeah, but that's good. It reflects well on both of us. That's my line, and I'm sticking to it.
We need to find out. Yeah. So I think Grave of the Fireflies is a movie that one must watch, while they're still alive. I remember I was after my brother for 10 years asking him to watch this movie, and the day he said, I watched Grave of the Fireflies today, I said, okay, now I can die in peace. So it's an essential and important watch. I think with movies, I don't know, I feel like that way I think I'm better with remembering, the books that basically made an impact as opposed to the movies. So there are just so many more, and I'm feeling bad for the universe of movies that is feeling relegated right now, because I can't think of any more. But there have just been so many movies in recent times that have been moving. So please do not go just by my recommendations. I'm just like blanked out on this. Music, so I listen to a lot of instrumental for work. I also have like a Punjabi playlist, for basically like, when you need to sort of
Can you share it?
It's public on Spotify.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, you have a bunch of public Spotify playlists. I think you've written something about that. Yeah.
Yeah. I wrote about playlists.
In your curator column.
Yeah. So I also have public playlists. So I have a Punjabi playlist which is called Punjabi Mast Punjabi, which is also from a song called Punjabi Mast Punjabi. And I love Punjabi folk songs because again, grew up sort of listening to them, and love the sort of the stories behind them, and how women of that time found a way to kind of tell their stories through Punjabi folk songs. So that is something that it's also very hard to find these days, but if you're able to sort of source some carefully curated playlists, that is something that I would definitely recommend to kind of delve into, and it'll give you a window into a world where women found their voice even before finding your voice became a cool phrase. So yeah, that's that. And I'd love for these people, whoever is listening, because I think by virtue of being on my favorite podcast, I'm sure that a lot of people would listen to it. But if somebody has made it till the end, I would love for you to actually recommend some nice stuff for me to kind of consume, because I'm always looking to sort of consume something which is interesting but comes from a very different lens than my own and that of people like me and people like us.
Are you too modest, or is this now going to be one of your favorite episodes?
I think my favorite episodes are still the ones about the ones that I mentioned to you. I guess it's all about. I think I'm hardwired to sort of just learn from others. अपना तो मुझे पता ही है. I mean, sure, there were, I think, some truths that I kind of embraced today that I have not done, in the last few years, many years, in fact. So I think to that extent, maybe once I listen to it, I would probably give myself a slight pat on the back. I really hope I've also not made a fool of myself too much. So there's that, but no, I think the journalist in me and also the woman in me and the human in me would still sort of value those episodes a lot more than this, because this is a story that I knew most of it. I was just trying to figure this out, right? But those are the things that just that are part of my memory, and they've just been special. They've just invigorated something inside of you, and they've just, at different points in time. Nilanjana Roy as well. Sorry, I knew I was forgetting an episode. Some of these episodes came to me at a time when I really needed to sort of, they came not as a hug, but as like a, sort of a gentle nudge to sort of keep propelling you in a certain direction, and I'm just so grateful for those. So while yes, I'm grateful to myself for continuing to live, I don't think there is a comparison. So I don't think that favorite list of episodes is going to change just because I was here. But I'm glad that I was here. So the one thing that among the many things that I love about your podcast is that it's not the visual is not face driven, and I think it just it therefore forces you to again focus on the idea and on ideas in general and on insights, and that is who I am as well, I think, as a person largely, and therefore for multiple other reasons, I think this is one of the many reasons for which I feel glad that you thought that I was also worthy of being a guest on this podcast.
No, I mean, the visuals aren't face-driven, but it's very much people-driven.
Yeah,
and
sure.
all the people you mentioned have grace and integrity. I love this conversation. I learned a lot from it, and I think you're incredible. So thank you so much. And let this just be the first of many conversations.
Amen to that.
If you enjoyed listening to the show, share it with whoever you think might be interested. Check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. Shephali's work is linked there. You can follow Shephali on Twitter at Shephali Bhatt. One word, and the fur is a PH, not an F, so it's SHEPHALIBHATT. And you can follow me on Twitter at Amit Verma, AMITVARMA. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.